Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. But we will take the 350. Who said 350? Yes. Let's take, it's only 350 grams, right? How long can we carry this? It says, in holding a glass of water for a minute or an hour or a day, the weight of the glass will never change, right? The weight of the glass will remain the same. As time passes, the longer you hold it, the heavier it becomes, right? The longer you carry that glass of water, 350-gram weight, that is what it seems like it is. You're carrying ton of weight, kgs, right? This is what it is, even with respect to stress. Sometimes it's just some minor thing, driving to your office, yeah, too much traffic jam, and we know how our mind gets affected. You know, you left few minutes late. You don't think about that. You always try to blame it on the traffic jam and how your mind is when you have to attend that most important meeting. You knew that. Still, we didn't take precautions to leave earlier. Rather than that, we leave late and blame it on the traffic. And that is stress. That's okay. I'm not making value judgments here. To understand, I'm just taking an example. That's all. We have all done this. Hopefully, after this, we won't do it as much. We'll keep recognizing this, be aware, and not blame it on the circumstances, right? But that stress that day, you know, whatever you were late for that meeting and how you felt that whole day. And later on, you keep realizing, oh, this is what has affected the work later, or with the team, with the project, whatnot. We know it has repercussions. Actions always will have consequences. Non-actions will also have consequences. We have to act at the right time, the right way. And we should not be acting on certain things at the right time there is no way of non-acting, right? So actions have consequences. We realize this is what it is, the stress, even though we will see what type of stress that is, we will go into it a little later. It could be an episodic stress. How one small little thing affects our life later. That's how the 350-gram weight seems like several kgs if you have to hold on to that for days, weeks, and some of it we hold on to it throughout our lives. Somebody said something years back, misunderstood and said, or somebody did not listen to my word, how we carry it throughout our life. We don't think this is kind of, it doesn't come under stress, right? But how little things, what we say with our loved ones, we carry it through our lifetime. And of course, people like Shakespeare write plays and stories based on that. The hatredness carries through generations too, right? Just for us to be able to see these little things as, please to come in. Please come. There are plenty of chairs in. all we're going to learn the next few hours doesn't matter, 350 grams, 200 grams, or even an empty glass. How do we put down that glass? This is what it is. Every day, how can we refresh ourselves? We have that delete button within us. We need to choose to press that delete button for all the things that are haunting us, or all the negative things that might have happened during the day. We need to train ourselves to push that delete button. Or we have that trash can, just like we have a trash can in the laptop, we need to trash it down every day. I know many of you are initiated devotees. Yes, we know we have a practice of doing japa and meditation in the mornings. It could be a mini meditation. Doesn't even have to be 108 japa, few japas, even one is enough, is what I tell. If we train our minds at the end of the day before going to bed, rather than watching TV or be engaged in social media, which makes us feel jealous. Even this friend has gone to that island for a vacation. How come I have been trying so hard? I have not been able to. Automatically this happens. Again, no value judgment. To understand, I'm just saying, may not be to that island. I've been wanting to go to this ashram for such a long time, because I just heard from somebody, they drove 3 hours just to come and visit this ashram today. And we know how long we have been trying, and yet it doesn't happen. Or instead of thinking all of those, looking at this, can we take few minutes? It does not matter at that time. This is the scientific angle I'm saying. It doesn't have to be in front of the God, in your puja room. Even on the bed, it is okay. The mind has to be pure. On the bed, few minutes of meditation about how to put this glass down. Erase it. Then what we were discussing yesterday about forgiveness, then there won't be any need to forgive either ourselves or others. Just let go, let go, let go. End of each day is enough. Don't even have to count the japa that you do. However many, 1, 3, 5, 7, that is enough. When it is done in the most conscious way, not mechanical way, when we roll out the japamala, but in the highly focused, effortful, conscious, willful ways, even if you do that japa with understanding the full meaning of it. If you don't understand what the japa does, or the meaning of the japa, or maybe how the effect of japa on the brain, on our mind, that is what becomes empowering. So that was a thought experiment. And going further, we know the story. We have heard this even before going to the kindergarten for many of us, right? The blind and the elephant. Each one is correct because he's only looking at one aspect of the elephant. But if you put all of these together, it won't make an elephant. So each of you, if I ask you what is stress, what does it mean to you, you will be able to give you your own ways of understanding, but it won't be the entire truth. Hopefully we will try and understand this from a scientific way, which again means it's common for everybody. commonality and reproducibility, the two aspects of science. So let us learn about this elephant, or about the stress, symbolic of stress, in a way that we will all have a common understanding, and then we will be able to benefit that in a holistic manner. That again is very profound. Our own experience is rarely the whole truth or the entire truth. This again, as we were discussing about the quantum physics, because we don't realize we are all interconnected beings. Many a times we need to go beyond science to truly understand. Go beyond whether neuroscience or physics, and then the creative people, the poets, and the literary people, or the artists will be able to depict these concepts. But we will push it aside, saying that it's a creative way. But this is where, in this day and age, that we are bringing evidence in a tangible way through any field of science, as a matter of fact. Anyway, okay, one more story. You probably have heard about this. I'll make it quick. It's a Zen story. A stranger, he comes to learn from this Zen master, as you can see in the picture. A very well-known Zen master. So he comes all the way. And as is the custom in Japan, the Zen master asks the student to sit across from him, and he tries to serve tea. And as he's pouring tea into the cup, he's watching. The cup is full, and the Zen master still keeps pouring the tea, and the tea overflows into the saucer. He still keeps pouring the tea. And then this student is puzzled. What have I done? I have come all the way to learn from the Zen master, but he cannot even see that the tea is spilling out and he's still pouring. What have I done? This is what goes on in the student's mind. But ultimately he could not stop, because he keeps pouring, and from the saucer onto the table, onto the floor, the tea spills over. And then he couldn't stay quiet. He opens his mouth and says, "Master, don't you see the cup is full? And you're still pouring." And of course, the master says, at that moment, he stops pouring and says, "Your mind is completely full. You have come here with your own ideas and opinions and suggestions and whatnot. If I keep telling you something, it is going to be like this tea coming out of you. So just learn to empty your cups so that I can fill it in." Beautiful analogy and symbolism. However, neither am I a Zen master, nor are you students of anything right now. But whatever we have thought about stress until now, during the interaction, we will discuss so that we will know what is the right understanding and what is not. But at the end, put away whatever you know of stress, which may not be as accurate, so that you can learn something new and start looking at stress from a very different perspective. Okay, one more story before we jump in. Any questions until now? about any of this. Straightforward, right? Okay. I don't know if I told you the story yesterday, but there are some new people. I'll repeat. This is a story of 3 stone cutters. Did I say this yesterday? No, okay. All right. Story of 3 stone cutters. A remote village, God forbidden village. And there's some construction work that's going on there, as you can see. And a stranger from the next village passes by this village. And he sees something is happening. So he stops off at the first stone cutter he sees and he asks him, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Can't you see I'm cutting stones?" Okay, do that. And then he goes to the next stone cutter and he has the same question. "What are you doing?" And the second stone cutter looks up to him and says, "Oh, you know what? This is the only thing I know, but I do it well. And I have parents and my wife and 2 kids at home. So this is the only job that I know how, and I do it well. And that is what, this is my job for my bread and butter," he says. "But I do it well and I enjoy this job," he says. And the stranger says, "Oh, that's great. Keep doing it." And then he moves to the third stone cutter. And he asks the same question. And the third stone cutter, he's lost in his work. And then suddenly he looks up and says, "Oh, you're talking to me." Said, "Yes, what are you doing?" He says, "You know what? This is a forbidden village. Nobody comes to this village. There's hardly anything here. However, a philanthropist is building a temple in this village. And you know what happens when the temple is built? You will have fruit vendors, flower vendors, and many others will come from nearby villages. And it's going to be such a great thing for this village. So I am part of building this temple in the village," he says. Just think about it. Same question, 3 different answers. Mind you, none of the answers were incorrect. Right? The first one, yes, he says, "Don't you see I'm cutting stones?" He was right. And so were the other 2. All the 3 had the same different answers for the same question. And all of them were right. Correct. All of them correct answers. Mind you, no, all the 3 got the same salary too. No difference in the salary. But how? The third stone cutter identified himself with the greater cause. What made it so happy for him, not just for him, just listening to what he said, we kind of get that warm, fuzzy feelings, right? Not only is he happy, others, when we listen to what he is doing, makes us happier too. Yes, this is about evolving through stress, but always, as I said, it's both science and spirituality, even in a scientific way. Lot of it, what I'm saying, is not spiritual actually. It is also part of the newest field in neuroscience called positive psychology. All it means is we need to figure out the meaning and purpose of our life. Just like the third stone cutter identified himself with the greater cause. We need to know why are we here on this earth as human beings? That figuring out the meaning and purpose of life, we were only philosophers would raise this question. whether in Eastern philosophy or in Western philosophy. In Western philosophy, we would term existential questions. But now I can safely say and boldly say, this is also the question being asked in neuroscience, the positive psychology field in neuroscience. Many a times in bigger gatherings, apart from the ashram gatherings, I have to tell them what I'm saying. I'm not talking as a philosopher, but as a scientist. If we figure out the meaning and purpose of our life, everything what we discussed yesterday makes so much sense that we will see. Whenever possible, I like to connect because many of you are here both yesterday and today. So this could also be a value addition from yesterday. If we can figure out the meaning and purpose of life and why we are married, why we have children, why we come to a place like this. Again, as I kept saying yesterday also that why is very, very, very important in science. If we figure out none of the little things, the little arguments, tiffs and whatnot at home will not happen at all. Or from now on, it should not, as long as we keep relating to this. But as we mentioned yesterday, we are on a autopilot mode, all habituated patterns of reacting to things. At that time, because I see there are people who have both as partners you're here, as spouses you're here. This is where reminding the other in a kind, compassionate manner will also help. So, can we start connecting to the greater cause? Even while we come here to do service, not just take it at a superficial level of volunteering or doing seva. We use that word seva in a very loose manner too. Can we really feel deeply? And why are we doing this seva? It's not for others. We need to do this for ourselves. And this is what in scriptures they say, when we do seva, chitta shuddhi happens. But that is such a pure thing. Here, when we do seva, we always keep thinking about others. It's not about others. Try to go inward and say, this is for me, I'm doing this. I have been given an opportunity by the Swamiji to be doing this. It's not that we are helping others, but we need to do this for ourselves. Any little thing, any big thing. Once we say this, I am doing this for myself, then something beautiful happens within us. Anyway, so taking the third stonecutter story, it's all about, it's the same work, same salary. But how the third stonecutter looked at his work was very different, right? The work won't change. The same way when we go back, either to our work or at home, whatever we're doing will be the same, because the people will always be like that. Just because we have attended these workshops, we cannot expect somebody else to change. But we have to change the way we are looking at the situation, at the people. That is the whole idea behind this. Okay, with that short introduction, we will move to understanding about stress. There was a student yesterday, but was a young girl, right? Yesterday, your daughter. Yeah.
I had stressed this morning.
That's okay. Yeah. No, that's why I had this.
Stop her friends.
I know. I had her in mind when I put this, too stressed on the exams and job and chores at home, doing chores at home. I just wanted to bring that up. That's all, nothing else. Who does not have that, right? So is it possible for us to evolve through our stress? That's the question. Is it possible? Say, it is absolutely possible. And for us to evolve through this, there are three things, many things that are necessary, but we can pick three things. I'm not going to tell you what this is. When you go through the rest of the discussion and talk, I want you to come up with those three for you. It might be different for different people, and I'll tell you what I have come up with, the three of them. So you're going to fill that box with that question mark. You're going to answer at the end of the workshop. Okay? It's a deal?
Yeah.
All right. Whenever you see the slides, it's time for you to ask. No, not gay. To ask questions. Either you can ask or I can ask. It's a time, but just like yesterday, I enjoyed the interaction a lot, even though we went a little bit overboard with the time, but the interactions were really priceless. So let it be like that. Apart from any time you want to stop and ask questions, apart from that, you will have some specified times. Anything? Okay. Yes.
When interdisciplinary you mentioned, nothing happens on its own. Stress, there should be a fundamental reason. It could be emotions. To me, it's more to do with anxiety. So, is it stress is a byproduct of anxiety or vice versa?
Good question. We'll see. I'll tell you what stress is. When you go through in the most scientific way, you will have the answers, but we will, if time permits, we will also talk about anxiety, because we have come up with ways of dealing with anxiety. We say knowledge can be used as medicine, especially to overcome anxiety and depression. We have treated 15 people with mild to moderate to severe depression without any medicine, just giving knowledge. It was for a 15-day period in the state of Gujarat in a hospital setting as inpatients. 15 people stayed, and all of this knowledge through neuroscience, about 4 hours every day of neuroscience material for 15 days. You figure 50 to 60 hours of neuroscience material in understanding ourselves, in understanding the mind, understanding how each part of the brain works, the function of the brain. What we teach medical students in medical college, we brought it down to the level of non-scientific people to understand commoners. It's nothing but like neuroanatomy, and then understanding how each part, little segments of the brain will function depending on what kind of thoughts that we get. When we went so deep, they were able to be aware of their own thoughts, feelings, emotions, and thought patterns. So such knowledge can be used as medicine. This is for the first time ever this was done, Swamiji. And then we carried them through for 1 whole year, and we just finished that study last month, and we are still analyzing the data. We also collected the data, and the newest aspect is whether it's for anxiety or especially for depression and anxiety. Sometimes it's not a thing that one person goes through, the entire family goes through. If somebody is going through depression, if somebody is going through anxiety, the entire family goes through, because it affects the entire family. So in that regard, for the very first time, as far as I know, in the entire world, we also included caregivers. And we followed the caregivers for 1 whole year, entire year. And we are learning what we can do better. Now we have learned so much that we can do even better than those 15 days. And it doesn't have to be for 15 days, even as small a period as 3 days. We can actually give this in a different format and to include caregivers right from the beginning. Here, we didn't include them with that 50 hours of neuroscience talks, but we included them later on. But now we know if we include the caregivers also, caregivers in the sense for other family members, I would say, because nobody has to take care of somebody who's going through anxiety. Other family members who are involved, just that knowledge can be used as medicine. But a great question. For that, we will wait. The correlation between anxiety and stress. Any other?
So knowledge means you are able now you will tell what is the knowledge of.
Yeah, or self-knowledge, understanding ourselves, understanding why we do what we do, why we cannot do what we should be doing.
Most of the stress and sometimes the depression comes from other side, not from our side. Like means
Whatever we said yesterday holds good even for this. And definitely, it's a great question that you asked. We still have this because we go back to our habitual way of having understood. This is that unlearning which is most difficult. That's why I brought in that Zen story. Empty your teacup. That is what you have taught until now. Leave that outside, just like we leave our slippers outside, leave that outside and just sit with the fresh mind, clean slate, so that I can write on that slate. If the slate is already full, if I also write on that, it gets jumbled up. Yes.
I don't know if this is a question really, but you know, is there not a problem then? Like much have said, it's not an implication of that there's a problem with education, especially in the West, because education starts from, you know, giving generalized theories to people. But what this is about, it's like self-reflection, doesn't really have a structural place within education.
Yeah.
You know, so therefore maybe that's why some peasants who may be illiterate or whatever, they may be far wiser in this regard and far more knowledgeable in this regard than people that have spent years in
absolutely
institutions.
Absolutely. Yes. So it's all about knowing ourselves. Is about knowing how this mind works and how the brain works. Because, and we also have to know if this is how it works in me, it also works the same way in the other person too. That compassion comes in, that empathy. Otherwise, we will say, of course, when we are here, we're also learning about ourselves, right? Then, but we will have a chip on the shoulder. I'm going to this institution, this ashram. I know this much. The way they are behaving like this because they don't know. If they come here, they will know. Naturally, it will have, and it's not chip on the shoulder. We have to have that confidence. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep coming back here. But then we realize everybody else is going through something or other. And we will figure out a way how can we understand the other person, especially the most difficult person in our lives. And we become so kind and compassionate. And just that is enough. We don't have to be waiting for years together. That's why I said yes with yesterday's question, tying this together. Then it is us. We need to go deeper for the other person to change.
There's the question that I have in my mind is, what is stress? What should I define as stress? Like you mentioned about exam. You always do that, okay, before the exam, be a little stressed. That brings out the best out of you.
Correct.
Should I be stressed about that stress? or shouldn't I be?
Yeah, we're going to go into that stress, but this is before that. But what you said is correct. There is certain amount of stress is needed. That is what you call it as eustress, EU. That is good stress. To understand this, it is like a string instrument, violin. If it is too taut, while you play, it breaks. Right? The strings break. And if it is too loose, you won't get the sound, proper sound. It has to be the right amount. That right amount of tension on the string. Tension, I'm talking not as stress tension, the tension as a physics term.
Yeah.
That right tension is needed to bring out the right sound.
Right.
That is what we call it as eustress. What we call sometimes butterflies in the stomach is fine. But butterflies in the stomach, when kids are young, turns into IBS, inflammatory bowel syndrome. Before you go anywhere, someplace, then you need to run to the loo several times. That is because of the way we are dealing with stress. Then it becomes bad stress.
What I have seen that always I'll say I don't have stress. Either I deny it or ignore it or something. And then if I just say, think of something, oh, what will happen? What happens next week? But don't stress about it.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you really when to identify. How do I identify what is the bad stress?
You're going to get
crossing that threshold.
We're going to go through that. Good question. So we're going to go through all of that so that you will be able to understand.
I'm sure. Yes.
But that good stress is very important. It's needed. But we also have to know when it turns into something chronic and something that we cannot handle ourselves. We'll get to that. Okay, not anything we'll say. Okay, series of questions. Huh? Oh, yes, go ahead.
One of the things I wanted to ask is saying about stress, and I don't know. Distress?
No, distress is different. Eustress is different. Distress is after the stress has happened, you have to de-stress yourself. Eustress is literally, see, as he said, exams. You have butterflies in the stomach is not just eustress. Then because we have exams, we study better. We prepare ourselves. If you have to give a public speech, then we prepare. If it makes us anxious, right? That preparation helps because of that little stress. Some people are clueless. They are not aware that they have to prepare. And then there won't be any stress at all. That is too casual.
This was actually my is for most of what I have done. I kind of take an addiction on stress, as in you need that prod in order to move. But when where does somebody draw the line between a situational, stimuli and something that you're conjuring up in your mind? Because it's kind of like when you said about the glass example. Sometimes it's not a glass, it's a mosaic. And there are different pieces of porcelain in the mosaic. And some of the porcelain pieces are in harmony with the rest, and some of them are not in harmony. But in order to declutter that mosaic, you need to segregate.
Great. I got it. Absolutely.
How do you pick out what's bad?
Yeah.
Like it's not as simple, like there are 5 blocks and I pick out colors.
Yeah, I got it. Each one is bringing in a different aspect. This is the beauty of it. If we go with standard definition of stress, we will only understand probably 5% entirely. So based on years of work that we have done, first in India, You're going to see definition of stress that you will not see in any medical textbook either. This lot of it is coming out of experience. That experience is nothing but my own research that I have put in for the past 16 years, just working with people. So once you see these definitions of stress, for each one, different definition will fit in, and all the definitions will fit in all of us too. But the specifically, you will see what it is. You will get that. You'll be able to get find the solution for that. This is the beauty of it, based on 16 years of I'm calling this as a research because I'm a scientist, but this was seva that I did. That's all. Back in India and elsewhere. This has led to many newer ways of looking at things. Like last time I was here, Swamiji and I, we were discussing, we talked about mindfulness. When you see mindfulness, there is one or two definitions on the net or in the books, but based on our experience, we have different ways of looking at mindfulness itself. We had deep discussions. In the same way, we have 4 different definitions of stress, Swamiji. And also yesterday, people were interested in the different types of meditation and whatnot. I have thrown in a slide to show the various different names and types of meditation. You will see that today. Okay. Anything else? All right. Now a series of questions. Huh?
No, I said maybe later.
Maybe later. Yes, yes. Series of questions, that's all. But just yes or no is enough for you to shout out. Do kids have stress?
No. How old is that kid? Like small? Here from 10-year-old, I'm so stressed.
Yeah.
What
Even
reason?
infant pastors say if the infant mother is going away from the infant,
Yeah, that is.
Where is my mother?
Yeah, any age, 10 years, 15 years, whoever you call them kids. Do kids have stress?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes. I have a question about that one.
That's a good one.
Yes. Everything. Yes.
There you go. The right answer. Everybody, nobody is immune to it. It's not just, stress is not just something that happens only for people who go out and work or at a certain age. It's for everybody. It happens. Nobody is immune to it. So the surest way to overcome stress and to evolve through stress is, again, there you go, knowledge as medicine. Knowledge and putting that knowledge into action. So as we were saying yesterday, we just knowledge is not enough, then it becomes like philosophy. We need to put those philosophical theories or concepts, our understanding into action in our daily lives. That is when it becomes spirituality. Otherwise, they remain as philosophical theories. This Muni said that, this Rishi said that, that is the name of the Upanishad. All of that will remain at a philosophical level. We need to turn that into action, implementation. We have a choice. Just like, those 3 stone cutters, the answers that they gave, they were not, there was no right or wrong. In the same way, at times we may not be able to evolve through stress. We might just go through, deal with it, manage with it. That is okay too. But the choice is ours. Ultimately, we need to know, I'm just going through the stress right now. I want to be evolving. Once we make up our mind, then it truly happens. Otherwise, all of this will remain as intellectual knowledge. Some of you can even talk about this either to your students or to your kids or to your friends, even better than I can, but it cannot remain just at an intellectual level. We
So
need
when
to
it
put
is
this
more
into
right-
action.
When it's like nothing is right or wrong, so which is better, survival or evolve? What should be the goal?
No, right or wrong in choosing, because at times it is, one cannot force you to choose to evolve, but we have to know what is better. It may not be wrong, but definitely is not the best. That's what we were saying yesterday. We are going from lower truth to higher truth. If we want to stay at the lower truth, nobody can do anything. We want to move to the higher truth.
We were giving that personal relationship example, like a choice.
Exactly. And the choice, technical term is called free will. And only humans have this free will. It's a very powerful quality of conscious mind of human beings. And we need to exercise that. But even it's a choice to remain at a survive level. We exercise it many a times in a different way. Similarly, I have not come across in the last 2 days, whichever country I go, the main topic for parents, for doctors, for anybody is technology addiction. They don't want to use the word, but we don't realize we are so addicted to technology. It's okay if we are using it a lot. I'm not saying that is addiction. When we are using it for the reasons that won't help us, newer definition of addiction, and that is preventing us to be better human beings, or to prevent us, forget about better human beings. If we are students, if it is preventing us to be better students, to learn, if we are homemakers, if it is preventing us to show our love towards the family with the work that we do, if it is preventing us by using this, then we are there also, it's a choice we have made. But the intent of the choice is not as pure. It leads to addiction. That is the way to look at it.
But just on that, like when people talk about technology, like I'm 68, so like I don't know a lot about phones, but like when you think about it, like just commonsensically, like television has been here for okay, say since the 60s, but like people are addicted to that. Like if there's 24 hours in a day, so you're really only left with 16 because you sleep 8, let's say. But like people have always been looking at television. A lot of people just come home from work and turn on the television. They don't turn it off until they go to bed. So I mean, like technology was having huge impacts on people's lives because they were spending, let's say they got home at 7 and they go to bed at 11, like they're spending like 4 of their 16 hours.
But Mike, right?
Yeah, and they actually no control of the content.
I know, but Mike, gone through all these stages. Forget about TV, even the.
No, well, your choice. With a phone, you give some choice about what you're plugging into. But with television, like it's all pre-programmed, so you can select, but you can't select anything.
No, that's a separate issue. But what I'm trying to make is even that is a choice. But what you're saying, that choice, we have seen people do that. For people start off for de-stressing, it becomes a great tool to de-stress. But as long as affecting their quality of life, and if it is affecting them to tap into their own potential to be better, even with whatever they are doing, that is what we call that. I would call that as addiction. The TV can remain, they will be in a different room, it won't affect. Some people, it is medicine, because when people are alone, because I lived in US for more than 4 decades. So I've seen people are afraid to be alone in the home. So the TV is on all the time, but it is background noise. So that is, they are using that as medicine. Rather than, no, it's not just example. These are all cases that I have seen, have worked with. So just looking at what happens outside, we cannot judge why it is being there.
It
So the
depends on
thing
what
is,
quarter you're conscious.
Huh?
Like say, if you're spending 4 hours and you've only got 16, like you just, like that's a quarter of your time. And if you're spending all your time.
no, but
most of your time
no, we
spent
cannot.
working,
One second. We are diverting. So I want to
Yeah, so-
refocus, because we don't know what that person is. There is so much good there is. We don't know. We don't peep into what they're doing. So we cannot, because students, they do all their homework on the phone these days in India. So it is not just outwardly how many hours, the contents of that, and is it affecting them to be better students, or are they tapping into their potential? To tap into your own inner potential, it's a quick way to get into looking into many of the YouTube talks by Swamijis, if I'm there doing
That's
all the
really
time.
part, I think it's
So we
that's
cannot
what's
judge, we should not
happening.
judge, but that is a separate professional aspect, but I'm bringing in the
I mean, you meant that using technology is no problem, but how do you use, for what you use?
exactly.
I think I'm just, I see what one.
Huh.
Say, look at the teenagers, like.
I think we are diverting right
Sorry.
now. Let us refocus, because that's a separate issue. It is so huge. None of us here will be able to solve by talking about it. I want to be very practical and then refocus. Thank you. So what does stress look like? Let's see some pictures. We just look at pictures and then see if you can relate to any of this. Any of the teenagers, because we see depression in teenagers, which we had never seen earlier. And especially after pandemic, not only the percentage of people with depression has gone up, and the age of people with depression has come down. Teenagers having depression. Not students, not just students, for many people, right? And this, especially in West, overeating because of stress, or undereating too. No zest for life. Not figuring out the purpose and meaning of life is also because of stress. It's not just for time pass. We should be doing certain things, including listening to Swamiji's talks. That has to make us reflect and go deeper. Finally figure out the meaning and purpose of life. That has to translate into, do we have zest for life? So that's how you agree, right? That how stress looks like, and what is stress? Let me ask you. Just quick things, quick answer. What is stress for any one of you? Yes. You raised your hand? No.
No.
Oh, okay.
He was stressed.
What is stress?
An overload of responsibilities.
Huh?
Like an overload of responsibilities.
Overload of, yeah.
It's just
Overload of.
And having to.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Sleepless night.
Sleep. Okay.
Feeling you can't cope.
Feeling you cannot cope. Absolutely. Freedom. Yes, fear of failure. Absolutely. We were saying this yesterday. Mark Twain has said, we fear so much, and not even 10% of that will happen in the future. That's again the anxiety, fear of failure. Yes.
Lack of clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We'll see why. Absolutely. Each one of these.
Lack of hope.
Lack of hope. Yes. Yeah. Huh? Anxiety. Yes.
Feeling of loss of control, that you haven't got control.
Yeah.
But for me, one big source of stress is, okay, how is my daughter today? She didn't call me. How are
Yeah.
my parents today? I haven't spoken to them.
Yeah.
Are they all right?
Absolutely.
That's a matter of stress.
Absolutely. This major
Maybe around
thing for
5
parents.
people.
Absolutely.
Suppose we got some opportunity, but how we are utilizing it, is it we are satisfying, we are able to achieve it, that is also one thing.
Absolutely. Not tapping into our innate potential, because we know we can do a lot more than what we are doing, each one of us. Yes, we have lots of deadlines to meet, this and that and whatnot.
Stress can come from somebody else, like not exactly stress. Maybe if I'm in relation, not only children, not only parents or in office, whatever it is. If anything, the way they approach the thing, and when I think I have to reciprocate to them. So thought of reciprocating, or even if I don't reciprocate, like I have to give you an example. That's the reason I was telling, I will ask you maybe at the end. There was a bit of conversation between me and my son yesterday. And whatever he is doing, he all of a sudden, I know his exam is at the end of the month, but he's doing some thesis now. So he said, once I'm done, I need to go and practice my choir and this thing. So I got a bit stressed, like, you still have your exam at the end of the month. And he said, no, I need to de-stress myself. So I was thinking that, is he de-stressing himself or is he giving me stress? So like, I sleep at night because I came early this morning, but I need to, he is again doing something on, I was talking more about you because he's doing something on child brain mapping. His thesis is on that. But he says, I'm so stressed with this, you don't know, you don't understand. But I was saying that at the end of the month, you have your 2 exams. So if you not go for your choir practice, it's giving me more stress. So
okay, you will get, yes. I want to answer right away. I will weave that. That's a great one. And hers and yours too. Great one. Let me try and weave this into the entire thing.
I was so stressed this morning even. Like I couldn't
yes.
all night, then this morning even I was so stressed.
Got it.
Giving you anxiety.
You'll get the
exactly because
you'll get the solution.
yeah,
So.
okay. Okay, that's
It's harmony between. It's harmony between wish and the fact.
I couldn't wake him up this morning and like, let's talk again. So I was like, no, I need to
yeah.
go again.
No, you will get a solution, and also quick fixes. I usually don't give, but sometimes just theoretically, if you keep listening, it will take much longer time to figure out the solution. I'll also give for both of you quick fixes, and then from there you can develop great, great things. Anything else?
Overwhelming.
Yeah. Overwhelmed. That's why the same stress management, we also talk from the perspective of stress management is time management. When I got in West, and then for a homogeneous group of people, especially I was in South Africa in a hospital setting, homogeneous group of medical professionals, gave the title as stress management is time management, because they were all having similar problems, working together, the same things, but the way we That is because of that overwhelming, overload, too much. We don't know how to space ourselves, and still not, we are doing it, but we are getting stressed out. How not to get stressed? So, yeah, we will try and see how we can. All right. So we have an understanding of what stress is for each and every one of you. But now let me go over with you what we teach medical students in medical college about stress. This is not just for medical students, right? Stress happens for everybody. And this happens, whatever I'm going to describe to you, what we call it as stress response. It's not just for medical students to understand and prescribe medicine for stress. This is what I mean by knowledge as medicine. You're gonna know what has been taught to the medical students. Of course, we take a lot more time. We go into detail. I'll show you the pictures. You don't need to go into the details of names of the chemicals and hormones that are caused, that are released, none of that, but you will get the gist of it, so that once you understand what is stress, irrespective of each one, one could be for time management, overloading, or any of this, it is all different. But what happens in our brain will be the same for each and every one of you. How it gets manifested as symptoms will be different. It could be anxiety in one, it could be overeating in another, it could be not eating enough or not sleeping. All of these are symptoms that get manifested differently in different people. But what happens in the brain is the same for each of us when we go through stress. So that is what we're going to learn. Okay. By the way, some of you watch Discovery Channel. Yeah.
It's out of fashion now, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Okay. See, I'm so out of fashion, I don't even know. But even in Netflix, it is Discovery. No, the Discovery Channel. What do you call that in Netflix?
Let's see Discovery Channel.
Documentaries, in other words. Yeah, exactly. Some documentary. I'll just describe this to you, see if you have seen this. With nature, right? A predator, it could be a lion or a tiger attacking a deer. How many of you have watched this?
Yeah.
Quite a few, right? So bring that memory back. That is what I'm going to be using to make you understand what happens in our brain and mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember that documentary, right?
Yeah.
What's happening? You see the camera is on the deer, happily grazing, right? And you're watching, and then all of a sudden, the deer ears perk up. If you watch that, go back and watch the ears perk up in the deer. And with fraction of a second, it starts running. And you wonder why, what happened? And then the camera goes behind the bush and you see the tiger jumping. Isn't it so? This is the way the sequence of events happen.
Adrenaline.
What is happening at that time with the deer? We say animals have a keen, acute sense of smell. That's why we say, oh, she can smell danger, right? Moms can smell danger. Parents can smell danger when whatever happening with the kids, even before the kids know that it is danger, right? So animals have that keen sense of smell. They can literally sense danger. The predators smell the pheromones of the predator in the bush, and that is when starts running away. So let's see what is happening in the deer when it ran away just so it can survive. Otherwise, it would be the lunch for the predator, right? And the predator goal is to be, doesn't have to be too fast. It always has to be a little bit faster than the prey. That's all. And for the prey, it has to be a little bit faster than the predator. So such a competition between the two. What is happening in the body of the deer? As soon as it smells the danger, lot of chemicals are poured in the brain. Those chemicals, yes, as I said, adrenaline is one of them. And those, we know the names of it, but we don't realize how it is causing, what is happening to us in the long run because of that. That is what we're going to learn today. So those chemicals that are poured in, they just don't stay in the brain. They get distributed throughout the body. Otherwise, if it remained in the brain, it wouldn't help the deer as much. It gets distributed, and also those centers get activated. So with that pouring of chemicals, it also, the heart starts beating much faster, starts breathing more. The pupils will get constricted. Or there is so much blood flow to the leg muscles so that it can run faster. And blood flow to the kidneys and the intestine gets reduced, and all that blood gets diverted to the leg muscles. This is what we call it as stress response. The same thing is depicted here in the flow chart, which we don't need to go through. But tell me, this stress response, was that good or not for the deer? Isn't it? It's not just good, it is, that is what saved its life. Right? So if you go through what happens, this is technical way, we don't need to go into that technical description. In the flow chart, what happens? First, it's hypothalamus, and how different nervous systems get activated, and the pouring of chemicals in the bloodstream results in saliva, decreased saliva, eyes or the pupils being dilated, and the blood vessels constrict at the level of the skin, and the lungs and heart beat faster, and the muscles get lot more blood flow and whatnot. All of this, just a scientific way. We don't need to. But ultimately, we are saying that the stress response, all of that put together is called stress response. It is there in each and every one of us. It is hardwired in our system. But this is meant for survival, to save us from danger.
So this is a stress response to a life-threatening situation, or all types of stress like that?
That's what we're getting right now. This is supposed to be, during evolution, this was supposed to be to save our lives. Now we don't understand. That is hardwired. It is there. The switch goes on. If you don't have the knowledge, we cannot take a pill and then understand this, and then you cannot shut it off. But the same thing is happening when your daughter does not call for 2 days. Same thing is happening. He knows what he has to do. But because of our stress, we are putting our stress on him. Whether he might be writing his thesis, or a 7-year-old kid in India, oh, you have to learn, you have to get this many marks. You don't, why did you lose 3 marks? You only got 97. And I'm not saying this, these are the parents who come to me. I have said this, they have told me. I don't know how to come out of it. How do I come out? Because the parent is anxious. This is what is called, we transfer our stress to others. Maybe I'll tell you a story. This will help you. And you didn't say the next step. I don't know what you would do when you get anxious or stressed out when your daughter calls. Not that we need to know, but with the story we'll tell, many of us will do the same thing. Just imagine a dad walking on the beach, like the beach we went yesterday, right? Walking on the beach with two kids, 10-year-old son and a 7-year-old daughter. And as he's walking, he gets call from the office and is engrossed in the call. And they walk for some time, and the boy sees the ice cream truck.
Okay.
And then, Dad, you promised us that you would get ice cream. Get us ice cream. And what does dad do? He's engrossed in that because there was some troubleshooting that was happening. He couldn't attend to his son. He says once and then keeps quiet. After 3 or 4 times, the dad says, either he gives a blast and then shut up, or whichever way you would use here. Imagine making the 10-year-old to leave him alone because he was so stressed out because of the call from work. And the 10-year-old boy was helpless. What did I do? You had promised me to take, this is what's going on in the 10-year-old's head. What did I do? You told me you would get the ice cream, and I am showing you that there is ice cream truck. And then why did you have to shout at me? But 10-year-old doesn't say anything. It's a 10-year-old. He understands something is wrong because of the way the dad is. So they keep walking on the beach. And after a few minutes, the 7-year-old sister tugs on brother's shirt and says, let's go play in the sand. Let's go play in the sand. And by then, the 10-year-old had done enough analysis and shouting from the father, and the 10-year-old gives a slap to the sister. It's not about blaming. This is what happens to us. This is transference of stress. We don't know how to deal with our own stress. It's with a kid or with a spouse or with a friend, whatever, whoever it is, or a colleague, a difficult colleague. We don't know what he is going through at home because of his bullying nature, or what. Nobody goes close to him. Nobody's as friendly. He's left by himself to deal with this. For all we know, he might have a 6-year-old daughter going through chemo, which makes him come back and be a difficult colleague for all we know. Right? But how? The doctors won't have time to make you understand all of this, and you cannot go to medical school to learn all of this. But it's only through knowledge can we understand. This stress response is there to help us, to save us from danger. What danger is there when he goes out to practice choir music? It's our own anxiety, because even the way we are brought up, we have to put all the time for studying, especially when it comes to. This is what the new neuroscience research is showing, whether it is music practice or physical activity, going out and playing is a great de-stressor. And what do we do, especially in India? The Indian parents won't allow the kids to go out and play. This is your board exam year. You cannot go out and play.
No, that.
That is a responsibility. Parents think.
We think we have to be saying, if we don't say that, they left to themselves, they will be out playing all the time.
Yeah, my thing was that.
I know, it's no. I'm making you understand. It is, whether it's you or me, if I didn't understand, I would be doing the same thing. You had the courage to say it. We have all done this, only through education. But at the same time, we have to know our kids. All kids are not going to be using that as a de-stressor. We'll also know, some parents will know that if the kids, it's just to avoid. We won't even know. This has also happened. All of these are all cases I have gone through while doing the workshops. They have come, explain to themselves what is happening in their lives. And I'm just saying this as examples. And I know in India, with so many a times the kids don't go to school. They say they're going. If they are failing, they won't even tell the parents. And they want to go out and help the parents in their work. And then we will know, we will realize what is happening. We can catch that and then help. These are case histories I'm talking about. One of the kids had failed in the final year and kept telling the parents, oh, after BCom, I want to do MBA. I want to do MBA. And I knew that kid was not cut out to do MBA. At least he had to speak proper English. Couldn't do that, which was okay. Not everybody has to, but there was something amiss. And then when I spoke to the kid, a teenager, then he said, I'm afraid to tell my parents, to show my report card, and he has failed. And he's not looking for jobs. He keeps saying, I want to study more. He has not even passed this. Then I had to, because there is if the parents are very strict, the kids are afraid of the parents for that. So he would not go. And then I told him, I brought both the parents and the kid, and in front of them made a pact saying that it is okay, he will study, we'll make sure whatever he needs. That amount of faith in that child, and to motivate him and inspire him and to support him, but at the same time give him some type of job so he can do the job and study, was just that was enough. And he's doing well. So we have to know both ways. We cannot take out our stress on our kids or the anxiety. This is nothing but anxiety of the future. Yes. For now, just this is enough with respect to stress. Anxiety, we have done about 10 or 11 talks, but that is in Kannada. That's on the YouTube, but it's in Kannada on anxiety. Knowledge as Medicine series. Just this is enough. You're going to be fine. That's what I'm trying to say. And the tip for that is, if she has not called, of course, they don't like us to call. That is also there. Send a message with an emoji that will bring out, not an angry emoji, why didn't you? But an emoji which will bring warm, fuzzy feelings in your daughter. Just a tip, as I said, I usually don't do this, but you can figure out many other ways that you can do that. But our mind will never think, oh, she must be busy. Maybe she went out last night, came back, and maybe she attended her friend's wedding, whatever it is. We will never think anything that is positive. That is only because of our innate negativity bias. Not that you're a negative person. If all of us have this innate biases, because of that, when things are not in the order, we only think about the negative thing. That's all. So we are hardwired for stress response. And there, for the deer, tiger was the stressor, right? The stimulus. Tiger was the stimulus to cause the stress response. For you, not even your son, his exam is the stressor. It has nothing to do with your son, I know that. That's the exam. Exam is the stressor. For you, that phone call, nothing against, because you are now trained to expect a call at a certain time. Nothing to do with the daughter, no, nothing to do with the relationship with you and your daughter. That call did not come, and because of the negativity bias, we think in a negative way. That's all. So, phone call is the stressor. What are your stressors for others? Then I can take that and the rest I can use that as example. What are your stressors? And that difficult person at work, your colleague, he definitely is a stressor, right? Anybody? You said sleepless night. Is that a stressor or is it?
Especially
Huh?
the managers who doesn't understand how the work has to be done, they will start giving instructions. Like, we can't, it is someone like a blind person showing way to another blind person. We know we'll be falling, but they don't listen. No, no, have to follow it. It is a stressor, and then we know that we'll be failing in the future.
Double stress.
It is, especially now in terms of all the IT work. I mean, managers should know when they are assigning a work, but that doesn't happen all the time.
That's right. Managers. Difficult manager is your stressor. Okay.
But manager is been told by the employer the job, so they it's done by this time.
That's
It's
right.
not a manager's problem either.
So it's almost like father, son and daughter. So
Yeah.
when
Manager becoming managers.
No, not all the time, man. There can be good managers as well, but what I'm saying is like.
And the managers have their managers.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Let's go to others and then you'll get the solution for this and you'll be surprised. You won't like this answer. But honestly, this is how we see. This should be an eye-opener for all of us. We'll see what it is. For example, you said sleepless nights becomes a stressor. Is this a stressor or an effect? Something else is causing you sleepless nights, but sleepless night, we think that is what is causing you stress.
Sometimes
That is the effect.
I can be the pressure of myself.
Yeah, exactly. So that is an effect, a symptom. So, but that also will become the cause for the next day. Oh, I didn't have sleep becomes a stress. That is what some of the symptoms. Huh?
Later said, he said, sleep can be the stress because someone has got a sound sleep.
For the next person, yeah. Whoever is sleeping in the same room will be.
Another stress is whether I will be winning this deal or will go to my competition. So when the result is going to count. So what's going to happen?
You have to make it as a you stress so that you are fully prepared. Only that you stress makes you prepare. Otherwise, we try to psych it up by being confident, by saying confidently that self-talk, confident self-talk, just that is not going to be enough. It has to be combined with the effort. And that effort is never enough in this competitive world. So, but that effort should not become stressful, but that is where we need to enjoy what we do. If we enjoy what we do, it can never become stressful. It will be tiring, not stressful.
Yes,
That's why
enjoy doing that.
That is why we say make the path as the goal. We only, after we reach the goal, we are happy. That's only for some time. We are ready for the next goal, next deadline, right? Instead of that, if you make the path itself as the goal, everything what you are working towards becomes joyous.
It's a very good thing.
Yeah, I think what Usha said, if you love what, if you love your work, you'll, or if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Another saying is path becomes the goal, or make journey as the destination.
Journey is a destination.
Very.
If we don't enjoy our work, then
I will come to that. There is a definition of stress. Very good things. Right away you're saying, I will come to that. If you don't enjoy your work, then what do we do? At that time you will. Yes.
But time management is also a way of managing stress and stress management.
Yeah.
So path planning also.
Oh, absolutely. And ultimately, stress management is energy management. At the end of the day, how much energy are we left with? We might be tired, but we cannot run out of steam, mental steam. That has to be there. That is what makes you get up the next day and go for it. That is what I call for zest for life. Whether one is a homemaker or a professor or a CEO or a doctor, it doesn't matter. That has to be there. Ultimately, stress management is energy management. Both means and the end. Okay, so let us see what are the stressors that you can think of. Now, before I go into other stressors, all the stressors that you have talked about, was there any danger? Physical danger to yourself?
No.
The job that you don't like, that is your stressor? Is there any physical danger?
Will losing a job or that qualify as a physical danger?
No, that is it's not a physical danger. Physical life.
Okay.
Is your physical life in danger?
but from anxiety, one can see.
That is anxiety, but the stressor, anxiety is not a stressor. Because of stress, or they run parallel, but that's a different thing. We will get to that also. But the ones that you have talked about, was there any physical danger to your life?
I'll not die because of it.
When you don't get a phone call from your daughter, or that meeting that you're going for that.
Sometimes you have the traumatic experience like an accident.
Yeah.
Swimming, you might be getting drowned or car accident or and due to stress.
Yeah, that is a trauma. We deal with trauma in a different way than stress. What happens in trauma is very different in the brain than stress, or it can lead to phobia. Phobia is part of anxiety. We deal with that in a different way, but we're just talking about stress. All the stressors that we mentioned, son's exams, daughter's phone call, or meeting. Was there any danger? But now let's go back. Few minutes back, I said the stress response is a built-in response for all of us. Our brain is hardwired for this stress response. And why was it there? So that the deer could save its own life. We don't understand this, but that wiring is there. So the response happens. It is meant for physical danger. In other words, if you're being chased by a dog, and then either you run fast or you look for a stone and then aim to fight with that, the same stress response happens there also, but that is helping you because there is danger. But all of this is at the level up here. Does that make sense? But we don't know. But this is what is happening for everybody, even doctors. Doctors are the ones who would say, I'm so stressed out. It's so hard to put things into practice, is what I'm saying. I'm making it so simple. Do you think doctors will sit and think about it like in a simplistic manner? I'm not saying anything about doctors. Even before I put this in, I was also doing the same thing. Complaining, moaning, and getting stressed out. It takes certain amount of deep thinking to put things into practice, is what I'm saying. That is where we need to get that. If we can do that with stress, we can do that with our scriptural knowledge too. That is why wherever I focus, I try to focus on the implementation part of the scriptural knowledge, whether it is practical Vedanta or Viveka Chudamani for daily living, all matter of implementation. But if you can learn from here, it is very easy to do it over there. So there is no physical danger. So let us see. Now we agree to this. Now, what are our stressors? I have put together some slides to show and see if you agree or not. Traffic,
Oh, yeah.
thinking about that meeting or that difficult colleague, or thinking about the traffic, you're already late. That's what happens, right? Deadlines, doing too much, overload, pulling our in. We don't know what to do, how to manage the time. Meetings, tests, exams, quizzes, surveys, and meetings and whatnot. And then, did you get enough sleep last night?
Yeah.
How many of us got enough sleep? This is one of the major stressors for us. We don't realize when we don't get enough sleep, we don't want to turn on the TV because we are going to disturb our partner. So we go into this.
Not even that.
Most, so I'm not one, yeah, either this or book, or not even this, just closing our eyes, thinking about something. Yes, exactly. These are our own thoughts, right? Our own feelings, our own imagination is what is causing us stress, right? And both for the spouses and for the kids. What happens to the kids? This was a solution during pandemic. Solution has become the problem. Working, and even during pandemic, I know many people were in their only small family, 1 bedroom, 2-bedroom family, when both the spouses had to work from home, and a young child who would have to do schooling online, how difficult that was. And they were again waiting to go back to work. And that's just an example, because many other times, whatever solution we come across for whatever problem that we are facing, it becomes, the solution later can become problem. In other words, what I'm trying to show you with these slides is our normal daily activities with our family, with our friends, with our colleagues has become stressful for us. Right? Just we need to use sometimes some simple logical questions. Does this make sense? I married this person, loved her and married, but why is it that I cannot put up with her now? Or our own kids, we loved how much we planned to have the kids. And now that they are grown up, they have their own life and mind, it becomes tough for us. In other words, our normal daily activities, simple logical questions is enough for us to get. But it's not that easy to get out because these are things hardwired the way, because of our culture and the way we were brought up. Our parents did the best job they could, but that is still lingering. That value sometimes may not hold good now. I always say there is no right or wrong in values. So the values clash, and we have not gone deep enough to figure out the values for the family. Individual values are clashing with the family values. Many a times the stress workshop has led to having meetings to how to make values within the family. We have had families come together, have individual values and family values, and come to terms, the entire family agreeing with the family values. Simple as these can make wonders. These are the,
We should accept things as is.
not
Judging.
that comes later. We will come to that. But even before any of that acceptance and whatnot, what should we accept? What should we reject? I'm talking at that level. At the level of family, these are my values. It is important. I need to go to the ashram every weekend. And somebody else does not want to do that. I'll come on Saturday, not on Sunday. I want my own time on Sunday. Has this come to this level that everything has to be so explicit? I say yes, because this is the most straightforward and easy way, transparent way, rather than thinking and assuming what the other person wants, not as an argument, but as a way to be able to figure out in terms of values. We do that in to-do. I'm going here, I'm going there. All of that has to be based on values. Then it not only everybody will know where each one stands, and even our work will be grounded in value, not just because Swamiji calls up for some, bring this or bring that, and then we only look at it as task-oriented things. That's our value. Whatever we do has to become a value within us.
But what you say, the values are neither wrong or right.
Yes.
Is it relative? It differs from person situation.
I will say this for everything, because I follow Advaita, everything lower values and higher values. If I say that it's hard for people to understand, that's why they say right or wrong. And I'm glad you ask these things again and again. That's because when you go into that ultimate Advaitic, there is only one truth, right? That doesn't, if there is false, then there are two.
Yeah.
Lower truth to higher truth. Isn't it so? That doesn't give us permission and ticket to do anything that we want. That also the kids might take this as a logical thing. Oh, you said there is no right or wrong, I'll be doing this. I'm just kidding, but yes, ultimately this is what it is. Can we keep moving from lower truth to higher truth every day? So let's the mirror be our own competition, then there won't be any anxiety. It's not, I didn't get this contract. It's not losing the contract. I'm going to work harder to get the next contract. That means it is not about the other person. Now we're going to try and figure out the reason I didn't get the contract, because there is some other connection. He knew this person and that person. Instead of going outside, how could I have done any better to have gotten this contract? We keep focusing everything on ourselves. That is how we can keep getting better and better and better. This is evolving. Yesterday's solution is within. Whether we win the contract, whether we lose the contract, the solution is within. We have to figure that one out.
I agree with this. It's matching with what we spoke yesterday. And just telling another incident of talking to my daughter only. So but telling her that, okay, we did Shivaratri, we did Abhishekam for Lord Shiva, we poured milk on his head. So he said, why didn't you give that milk to a poor person? I had no answer.
Yes.
So,
great question,
great
right?
question. So she had her value. I thought that was a great value to me.
Yes.
So no higher, no lower. I couldn't put it on a pedestal or put
Exactly.
myself down with it.
Beautiful. Yeah.
So
This is coming from somebody who does Brahmarpanam before he gives food to his pet dog. It's beautiful. I saw that and I was so moved. It's beautiful. And yet he knows how to treat the dog, how to make that dog behave the way he would like it to be, not being spoiled. That's another thing I have to put it in. No right or wrong.
no right or wrong. That's
No right or wrong, right? No right or wrong.
Again, you're saying right.
That was very touching when I could say that. I told him, this is going to go many different places and countries. I'm going to be talking about you in many different places.
Now, earlier it was
It,
wait.
yeah.
Now if I just say Brahmarpanam, she will sit.
And it waits and it knows, it waits so patiently. Even the ducks can be trained in a way then. It waits patiently. It does not, 1 second previous, it's barking, jumping all over, starts Brahmarpanam, just sits. And then waits. Beautiful.
But waits for that to be over and then jump.
Absolutely. Of course, it is smart. That cannot go forever.
Only question comes the second time again, if I start Brahmarpanam, what it will do?
Yeah.
Confused.
Now, we are okay with until now, right? Look at this cartoon. You can understand? Stress has nothing to do with how many hours we work. And it has everything to do with how we feel during those hours. Right? It's your favorite festival. And all of a sudden we get all the energy, or during whichever festival, it could be Christmas or it could be Hanukkah, whatever we celebrate, if that is our favorite one, how much energy we have. But if somebody comes home, some aunt that we don't like as much, and we figure out ways and means, how can we make less work as much as possible. So if that is the case, all we need to do is to how we keep our mind while we work with whatever we are doing. That's when you appreciate it, make the path as the goal, journey as the destination. It doesn't matter how much we do, we'll be able to do with. That's again the neuroscientific reason is when we are happy, happy chemicals are released. And that shows in each and every cell of the body. Yeah, getting physically tired, feel sleepy after a while has nothing to do with being stressed out. Now, let's go into the different types of stress. Then we will do this and take a break. Is that okay?
Yeah.
what all we have talked about. Now we're going to classify. Now you figure out yourselves what are the different types of stress that we all go through. Acute stress, episodic acute stress, and chronic stress. Let's take each one. This acute stress, whatever it happens, we'll see what it is. It won't interfere with if you're studying or with our relationships or with our work that we do. Comes and goes, like traffic. You're late for work. It happens for one day acutely, and then you overcome, right? And sudden illness, of course, not the pandemic. It could be whatever, flu, or it could be some headache, or whatever it is. Sudden illness comes and goes. Acute also causes acute stress. That is fine. Or a little argument, a tiff with friends, or with the spouse, or with kids. These are all just acute stress. You will feel bad, but you know how to overcome it. It happens because it's a simple thing. These are normal daily activities. You don't need to do anything. And from now on, it may not even be as stressful because of now that you know what stress is. Then the episodic acute stress. Symptoms are similar, but occur more often and accumulate. And it can wear away at our relationships and also the work that we do. What do I mean by that? Regular mini crisis, not once in a while a tiff or an argument, but regularly if that happens over and over again at home or at work. Regular tight deadlines that we don't know how to manage. Regular tests and exams. If we do not know how to deal with those tests and exams, for a student, it will always be there. But that doesn't mean, oh, if it is causing us stress, let's take out the exams. That we don't have choice. But how do we deal with those tests and exams? If you don't know how to deal with that, that is what causes stress, is what I'm trying to say. Regular fights at home, both on us and with others. This is what we call that as episodic acute stress. The symptoms of acute stress: late for a meeting, a slight headache, that coffee will help. But those symptoms, and again a tiff, get angry, do something, and then everything is going to be fine. But if that happens again and again, episodic acute stress, the symptoms are similar to acute stress, but they occur more often and they accumulate too. That is what leads to the next one, chronic stress, wherein it affects our health, it affects our relationships and our work itself. It will have an effect on our work. That is when we will not even like the work that we do, but we cannot leave that work, right? That is where the situation, we will see what. And then difficult relationships. What are the things that causes chronic stress? Difficult relationships, whether with the colleague at work or at home, or sometimes with the neighbors. And then chronic illness or injury. Any chronic illness somebody might have, or in the family, that might cause chronic stress. And increased financial obligations that we don't know how to come out of that, again causes a lot of stress. Definitely. This we don't pay attention. Consumption of processed food. This, especially lately, there is so much research that is happening. Until and unless we really understand the importance of it, it's going to be hard. It's not just to make lifestyle changes.
Why is this a stress? Like,
I am not able to consume the food I am consuming.
No, we are consuming too much processed food, all the chemicals that are there, and it affects our health in the long run. And too much sugar,
So say
too
number
much
four
of
will,
additives in
number
the food.
four will lead to number two. Something like that. That
Yeah,
will
yeah.
generate a chronic
Yeah.
illness.
Or number 3 can lead to number 4 because processed food is many a times lot cheaper than the fresh food.
Okay.
Or number 1 can lead to number 4. When we don't have zest for life, it is so easy to get certain things which we know it's not good, but we still get it. We know it's not as good, we still take it. If it's once in a while, nothing will happen. But without our knowledge, it becomes practice. Because processed foods are always less expensive.
None of us brought up that as a stressor till now.
Yeah, I know.
But eating more is a sign of stress.
Eating more is different. This is, yeah, and processed food. I'm focusing on the processed food rather than the consumption, how much quantity.
Even eating less is a sign of stress.
But processed food.
We talk about
And
sugar.
those chemicals that more sugar, white sugar, and many of the chemicals that are there in many of the things we had yesterday, over a period of time that becomes addictive. There, many of them are addictive chemicals, which we don't realize.
Is there any genetical disorders that can create this?
Create what?
This kind of chronic stress?
No. It's not genetic, it's inbuilt within us. As I'm saying, we'll get to that. It's not happening because of outside, how we are reacting. That cartoon, it's not the number of hours of work, how we are reacting to the work. Again, it is not the colleague, it is not the exams. How we are reacting to the exams are what is causing stress. Ultimately, it comes down to us, not the work. How we are dealing with that work. I'll go into a little bit more detail when we go into the 4 definitions of stress. It will be very, very clear at that time.
Can this be hereditary? That's what.
Nobody has looked at his heredity because it's always there with everybody. It's not even, it's meant, it is meant as a protective thing for us. But now without our knowledge, we are making it as a thing for everything and anything. And even for our imagination, as you were saying, when you go into those 4 definitions of stress, you will, your question will be answered.
So if I ask,
It's not even genetic, it is built in. The stress response is built in. But the purpose of that we are misusing. The purpose of that built-in stress response, we're imagining, oh, what happens? Even in the morning, if we leave a few minutes late, we get stressed out, and somehow we will end up okay, but we are imagining.
so I just the same question, similar question, asking differently. Say if I am a very anxious person, I have this response is so strong that this 2 minutes delay, I then start. I start stressing out. I start blaming others. Are my children also supposed to get expected to get that? Like, is that they being anxious? Like,
it's not hereditary.
It's not.
What we see is what we follow, especially these things. They don't follow, especially the kids or even us. We may not have followed all the great things our parents did. All the other things that we have followed, it's not genetic.
Passing daily back or stuff.
That is only because without thinking, automatically we're doing. Ultimately, everything comes down to jnana. Mukti is, Shankaracharya says, it's through jnana. Right? It's also good. Right now, our mukti is coming out of stress, coming out of anxiety. That's enough if we free ourselves with these things, then we can really think about what our Guru is talking about, real mukti. All through jnana. Right? But we want the easy way out. We want the bhakti path. So we want the pills to come in a bottle so we can take it in and get rid of it. Both are important. I'm not in saying anything. That combination is what we are stuck either in either one way or the other. We are both thinking beings and feeling beings. If I say feeling beings, that is when we only want bhakti path. Thinking beings, we only want the jnana path. But in reality, we are built for both ways, both thinking beings and feeling beings. We need to know when to think first and feel later, feel first and think later. It's not just taking one path, jnana path or the bhakti path. That's why Swamiji came and said integration of all the four paths. Samanvaya of all the four yogas, right? Bhakti, jnana, karma, and the Raja Yoga. Come, there are a couple of seats. It's not that we used to say right brain, left brain, all of that is fine, but we need to be using our whole brain to be happier.
It's important. Using brain is important.
Yes, we only use our gut because we say gut is the second brain. So we only keep using the gut.
It is when we shouldn't be.
Exactly.
Or even if I go to extraordinary, is your brain is the problem.
It's not the brain, but it's our mind.
This
Yes, a problem, but also the solution is within there itself. Is it can you have the capability to make the mind either a friend or a foe.
So we are
Both. Problem is within us, solution is also within us. To unlock that key is within us. Okay. All right. Okay, welcome back. So, if I have to wrap up whatever we have done so far, is even more than just managing stress, we can actually evolve from stress if we can really understand what this stress response is all about. And to be able to know that inbuilt, innate, hardwired stress response is there for us to come out of some physical danger. That is where the stress response is there to help us out. However, the stress response that happens within us right now has nothing to do with any physical danger and to come out of it, except it is our assumed safety or imagined failure, or not even failure, to imagine something how we can be successful, and that itself causes us. So for that one quick thing we said is try and make path itself as the goal, and especially when it is when we have an overload of things that we cannot do and things are overwhelming. That is when we said make path as the goal or journey as the destination. So as long as we're enjoying whatever we are doing, including the meeting that we are going to have with the client to for that important contract that we are looking for, or just before the meeting with the difficult colleague who is going to be in that meeting, make a shift in the way you're looking at the situation itself and try to be more kind and compassionate to yourselves so that you can be more kind and compassionate to others. This is what we learned yesterday. We can only give what we have. If we are already anxious, we are going to see we're going to latch on to the anxiety of others. If we are calm, even if somebody is anxious, we will be much calmer. Then why? Why do we come to a place like this and to spend time with Swamiji's? Because no matter how stressed we are, anxious we are, once we come, we can get that calmness and peaceful from a place and from the person, right? So that is what we can be. This is what first and foremost we need to learn when we come to places like this, and then put it into practice. Always knowledge has to be converted into action, to put it into practice, to put it into practice. So these are the things that we learned. But one important thing that we learned from that cartoon, it's not the number of hours that we work make us stressful, but how we look at that or how we feel during the number of hours of that work that we are doing. Or how we look at that work, which means it's not the work itself, it is us, how we are reacting to that. So there will always be stressful situations, stressful people, mean people, anxious people, all sorts of people. Along with such people, there are also people who are like us, who are trying to be more kind, who are trying to be more compassionate, who are trying to be more peaceful. Depending on what our mind is primed, we will only attract such people. Or not even attract, we will only be focusing only on negative circumstances or people if we are only focusing on the negativity that is outside of us. Just like there cannot be any pure thing, even gold, it's kind of useless because it has to be mixed with something else to make it useful, right? Gold. In a similar manner, everybody will have all different types of traits and different types of emotions and feelings, both afflictive emotions and healing emotions. And not just people, even the circumstances outside, whatever we see, as much as we complain on the social media and addiction, this is the same thing that we need to be using for our own benefit and our own upliftment, right? What is it that we are focusing on? Buddha has said that, Swamiji has said that, and many others have said this again and again and again and again. Whatever we focus on, that is what we become. There is both black and white and all shades of gray in between. Because of our innate negativity bias, which is there in everybody, which we didn't realize, our mind automatically focuses on the negative people, negative things that are happening outside, right? Now, after this, we know we need to train ourselves to focus on the good aspects that are in the society, that are in the people, that are within ourselves. This, we can just take this as an example of neurodiversity too. Some people, no matter how much we say, they only focus on the negative things. And they also know, not that they are right, they also know that, but the focus goes on that. This is Because let's put the law of physics. Everything takes the path of least resistance. That is how our brains are wired to focus on the negative thing. That is what we call it as quote unquote survival mode. Our brain is hardwired to be in the survival mode. You want to look at all the things that are negative, and so don't be with them. Take out some of the puzzles of the pieces, because I don't like 5 different pieces of the puzzle. So take out some. This is how the brain is wired for this. No right or wrong. Now, my favorite term, no right or wrong. I'm not saying what some of us are doing is wrong, but it keeps us in the quote unquote survival mode. We are here as human beings to be evolving. If we need to evolve, we need to come out of that. I hope because of the questions and discussions we had earlier, both today and yesterday, I'm trying to bring it in rather than taking it at a personal level, so that this is for everybody. It happens at various different degrees, that's all. And if we are more sensitive, we will be focusing more on the negative things. But now, what does that mean? That sensitive nature of ours is hurting us. It is preventing us to be evolving. It has become a weakness. And neuroscience says there is a way to convert your weaknesses into strengths. How do we do that? That same sensitive nature, now it is being focused on all the negative aspects, wrong things that is in the society. All we need to do is to make a shift, paradigm shift in the way we are looking at things. Two ways. First, start focusing on the great things that are happening, and also focus on whatever bad things, that negative things that we have focused. No, intellectually beyond doubt, there is always something that is positive there also. 2 angles. This and only this is the way to evolve. When I say evolve, just so we can be happier, we have more zest for life, we can tap into the untapped potential that we have. So much of it is still untapped. If we are only focusing on only one thing, we will, especially the negative things, we will never ever be able to tap into the potential that we have. We keep giving reasons and excuses because we are not tapping into our potential. We're giving reasons saying that all of this is negative, I'm not able to handle. It is whatever it is, it takes a while, and whatever is needed. I'm here again today, even after this, if need be, I can stay back. Yesterday we had to go back early, but if anybody needs to go deeper at an individual level, I can be here for some more time. But maybe I can handle certain questions if it has to be done on an individual basis. Okay, so with that introduction to this section, we're going to come to definitions of stress. As I was saying, all of this is coming because of real experience in the past 16 years. 16 years, if you had asked me to give a talk on stress, I would not have done the way I'm doing right now. This is truly based on the research evidence that we have dealt with in India and elsewhere. And here it is for you. So we cannot just memorize the definition, understand the definition, and say, okay, now I know how to deal with stress. We need to implement. Everything is about implementation, knowledge converting into action, action, and action. Okay. First definition of stress, I'll give the definition with this. It's even color coded, you can see. For each definition of stress, I come up with an answer right away, and that slide is in a different color, green color. So even looking at the color of the slide, you will be able to get it like that. Okay, what the first definition of stress? It is our internal reaction to the external stimulus. Just think about it. All of us are all staying in the same society, being exposed to the same goodness and badness of people and things that are happening. Why is it taking this? Somebody can take it up and uplift themselves. Maybe I'll just tell a story. It's coming to my mind that it will really help for us to understand, because connecting again with the previous questions, it's about a dad and two sons in the family. Dad, an alcoholic, and two adults. One son goes out and then makes a life for himself. He becomes a doctor, and then he becomes a really likable doctor and doing a lot of things to the society. Whereas the other brother, he is not an addict, but he does not know, or he does not make a life for himself. He tries this, he tries that, nothing works. So if I have to just use a slang word here, he's a bum. And somebody looks at both the brothers and says, what happened here? Both of you have the same parents. How come they're both different? So they go and ask each of the brothers. So the first brother who has made a life for himself, go and ask, how come you're so successful? And person says, my father was an alcoholic. He would come home and beat us every day. And we even lost our mother. And even when I was young, I did not know anything about all of this, but I made up my mind not to become like my dad and to be better and to help people like dad. Whereas the other brother, the same question was put forth for the other brother. And what did he say? What can I do? I was brought up in a family. My dad was alcoholic, and even my mother died. So because of all the things that happened, I had no idea what else to do. I am still trying. I try, I cannot. It's all because of my father. Same situation. Two people looking at in two different ways. One blaming father, the other one getting, I would say in a different way, inspired not to be like that, a negative role model. I should never ever be like that. It all depends on our mindset, how we look at things. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. With that, again, what is stress? Stress is our internal reaction to an external stimulus. There's always a stimulus, usually outside, sometimes even inside, because we imagine, right? During anxiety, stimulus, let us take the stimulus is outside and we react to it. That is what it means by that. So the stimulus is called the stressor, and when we react, that is what is called stress response, right? Or stress when we react. We are reacting to it. It's an instinct mode. We are reacting to all the negative things, either within ourselves or with others. No right or wrong. This is how the mind is, the brain is wired. Once we understand, now we can rewire our brains because it's an instinct way. Our brain is hardwired for this. So the answer you can see in the green, there is a stimulus, there is a reaction. You know, Viktor Frankl is a neurologist. You're probably aware, some of you. And a neurologist and a psychologist is the one who came up with the, what is called as logotherapy. And it's still being used. And his precepts are again one of the basic foundation of positive psychology, the newest branch that has come up. And Viktor Frankl was a Holocaust survivor.
Yes.
Being in the concentration camp, he comes out and then starts the logotherapy. Anyway, he says between stimulus and response, there is a space. Space in terms of time he's talking about. In that space is our power to choose our response. Isn't this what has been told when we were kids? When we would get angry, our parents would say, they didn't have any other method. He would say, just count. Count 10, they would say, right? That is what, between that stimulus and response, we have a gap. There is a small, tiny gap, fraction of a second. That fraction of a second, we need to keep increasing that, that's all. By whichever way, either by counting 10, has become a cliche that nobody even uses that anymore, or meditation during other times should help increase this gap. If you keep meditating without any yardstick of whether my meditation is helping me or not, or what is it, how is it helping me, we will never know. We have to have yardsticks for ourselves when we do meditate and see, is this helping? So with that time between stimulus and response, if we keep increasing the time, we get to choose how we respond. We might still respond in an angry manner. It is okay, but it's a conscious response after having thought about it, because that also happens at times. You know, if the other person, if there is no way he or she will be able to understand what you're saying, you may have to raise your voice, but knowing fully well that you don't have anything against that person. Earlier, it would come as a, especially when we're raising kids, teenagers, this is what happens. We know. At times it comes out, and then we also know how to make it right. We don't have anything against the person, but only for the work that either happened or did not happen. Later on, we will make that kid understand. So that time, he says that space, I call that time, we have that time. We have the power to choose. That power to choose is nothing but free will that only humans have, and no, not the other animals have this free will to the extent that we have.
We have got only will, we don't have free will.
Free.
Free will is a misnomer.
Well, it's maybe in philosophical terms, but in scientific way, we still kind of use it. When we give the definition of free will, Swamiji, then it makes sense. The way I define free will is, yes, between birth and death, there are things with our effort we can change. We can change a lot of things. That is how we create our own future. We create our own destiny by using the free will. Without that, using the free will, we will never be able to create the future that we want, like what Swamiji has said. He says, you be the creator of your own destiny. If we have to create our own destiny, we need to choose. I think only in the terminology we have that thing in philosophy and science.
I understand from somewhere from this
Effort.
definition is, what we will so many things, we choose so many things, we decide and we take responsibilities. And we achieve so many things, no doubt. But again, choosing or struggling or deciding, selecting, everything is in the boundary.
Right.
It's
That is
inside the
between
boundary.
birth and death is what I say in a
So the boundary
scientific
is
way.
nothing but again, some because they gives us
That-
an actions, physical action or mental action.
Right. Yeah.
So even say like when I became a monk, you became neuroscientist, someone became a probably CA, someone became a doctor, like that. Every one of us we selected some path or some goal basically. But why everyone selected only particular path? Because of our samskara. Again, that comes from where? Because of our action. So whatever we choose and whatever our efforts are there, everything is in that boundary. So beyond
Right.
the boundary, we cannot go. That's how it's only we have that will, but there is no free will.
That's only semantic difference what we're saying, Swamiji. When it is in science, when we have used it with that kind of definition, we have to use it as a scientist. But whatever you're calling that will is what we call it as free will. It is very similar to the debate in consciousness. All scientists say consciousness, which they are talking about the reflected consciousness. It is not the original consciousness. It is the Chidabhasa that they're talking. All the work is done on Chidabhasa, not on the original consciousness. But we just say consciousness. That is the same way, even in the term, how I look at it is what we call free will is what we call free will is termed as will. That's why if we define the term, then it is, then there won't be, we will be able to accept both ways. Because we cannot change what has been said by Vivekananda in that particular way. Absolutely, I agree. But again, in this respect, it is just the power to choose. That is willpower. Even won't power is because of free will.
My response to this stimulus can be positive, negative, good, bad. I am choosing one of them.
Yes, that is what I call it as a scientist. This is what we call it as free will. That's all. We know the definition, then it is okay. This is what Swamiji says, that is, we use our willpower to do that. That is another quality of the conscious mind. But important thing is both are qualities of the conscious mind. Deliberately, willfully, effortfully, we need to choose. And only humans have this capability. Otherwise, everything becomes instinct as a, like with the respect to animals. Because these days I'm looking into the research that is happening in consciousness. So that is why I'm even while writing the article, I have to make it clear. Otherwise, that is where the clash comes between the philosophers and the scientists. And I'm glad this opportunity came about for me, Swamiji. That's where even the semantics and the definitions need to be cleared out. This is what I have done for myself for the past couple of decades. Otherwise, while I was studying, this is where I would get caught up in the terminology. I couldn't go further. Now, understanding both from the scientific side and from the scriptural side, for myself, I'm coming to terms with this definition. Yes, I can say this as free will, as long as I define what it is. It could be my own definition. When I say my own, it could be the definition of the scientist. So that is okay. We have to accept with this definition, if this is free will. If that definition, if that is will, that is fine. But what we are talking about free will is something that we're not even in that realm altogether. So until then, we can be using these terms and move on is what I feel. Because no matter how much we talk about with scientists, they cannot comprehend that original consciousness, right? So it is the same way, even with some of this terminology is what I feel. Yes, you're.
So my question is slightly digression, but this consciousness term brings this question. But if somebody is unconscious,
Yeah, that is, I got it.
Can he have a stress or can he
have stress.
Can he have free will? Can he make a choice?
No, he cannot. When I say unconscious in a scientific way, when somebody is anesthetized, he's not conscious of what is happening outside, right? It's induced.
So
when you're,
I have to always be awake. So in my sleep, I do not get stressed if I'm sleeping.
You can. If you get a dream, you can get stressed out. Because the dream is as real as what is happening outside. This is what even Mandukya says. Even in the Upanishads, it says, and in scientifically too. The dream is so real. If you imagine a tiger in the dream, you can sweat it out.
Basically, the mind should be active.
Mind is active during dream state.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Whichever state, I mean, apart from that.
But deep sleep.
Then only you can have a
Yeah,
stress.
exactly. Whereas in deep sleep, the mind is not
In
active.
Shushupti, there is no.
Yeah, that is deep. That is right. That's right. That is deep sleep is Sushupti. You won't get stressed out because your mind is not active. In dream state, yes.
So then in the dream set, we have to make that time and love between stimulus and response.
No, you cannot do anything during dream state. You really have to wake up oh, this is only a dream. And in Shankaracharya says, whatever you're seeing is also a dream. Be a super waker, he says. That's a different thing. We won't get into that here. But in a dream, everything that is happening is very, very real, including all the physiological responses. You get so hungry, you would have eaten dinner and then gone to bed, and then you would feel so hungry in a dream. Okay. So that's time between the stimulus and the response is where we have the choice or free will, quote unquote free will, to be able to make a difference in whatever we're going to do. So this was instinct mode, right? Stimulus, reaction. That's an instinct mode. This is what happens even in animals. What happened to the deer? That was an instinct mode. Doesn't stop and think. You cannot think at that time. Has to happen like that. Instinct mode. From that instinct mode, that little space between the stimulus and response, if you make use of it, we can make it into a response mode. And later on, the beauty of it is even afterwards, we can reflect on that. And this is nothing but training the mind. From instinct mode to or reactive mode to response mode to reflective mode.
So is
I have missed one in between, which is the instinct to response to reflective mode. Yes.
So yesterday you said that there's nothing called past and present.
Yes.
Reflective mode is looking at the past.
Or about the future also. Yeah, so at the thought level, there is past and there is future. At the doing level, action level, there is no past and future. When you have to act on something, you can only be doing that, acting, doing things, action. Action level only present moment.
Okay.
You can reflect on the past, you can reflect on the future.
Yeah,
Planning.
That's when actually when I'm doing something, I am focused on that. But when I'm not doing something, I start reflecting on the past or reflecting on the future, and then then the stress comes.
No, we have to reflect in a way that will be helpful. That is not reflecting. If it becomes stressful, it is actually, it is analyzing. If we reflect, by definition, reflection should lead to something positive.
So when you said be at present or mindful or be at present, so only, I mean, the actions should be at present. I mean, whatever we are doing actions, so we should be conscious of it. That's what you mean, or even thoughts also.
The thoughts, we cannot be always in the present mode. We have to be reflecting either on past or future, but be in a non-judgmental way. When I say be in the present in a mindful way, mindful is being non-judgmental, whereas then only it is reflection. We'll be thinking about past and future, judging, biasing about it, and be fearful and be anxious. That is not being mindful. That's an anxious mind in action. Being mindful is to be in the present moment and to be non-judgmental. When we think about the past without proper understanding of all the things that have happened, we make judgments. About the future, we don't have enough facts and figures. We plan and then we think in a negative way. That is not being mindful. That is just analyzing. That is just using logical mind. Just logic won't help. That has to be combined with the vivechana shakti or the viveka or the discerning power. If you're only using logic without discerning power, it leads to either depressive thoughts or anxious. We have to increase that discerning power. That comes only through experience. We say these are the powers of conscious mind I'm talking about, whether it is free will, willpower, discerning power, self-awareness. You know, youngsters have a lot of willpower. They don't have enough discerning power. That is why that the environment has to be conducive so that the youngsters will listen to the elders who have more of life experience and so more of discerning power, viveka. Whether at school or at home, whereas adults have a lot of discerning power, but not enough willpower unless they have trained themselves. As you get older, the willpower dwindles. Unless you consciously train. That's why always a combination of why does the extended family or joint family or even in a nuclear family, all generations, 3 generations living together helps is scientific way is this, because kids have a lot more willpower, not enough discerning power. Adults have a lot more discerning power, not enough willpower to be able to learn from each other, each generation. Everything, if you turn it around, anything and everything you come across in life, all of this is for me to learn and to be a better person, then we will not go through anxiety. We will not go through depression. Everything that is happening is for me. This is the ultimate Advaitic sentence that Vivekananda talks about. Everything is for my experiences. As when we read, oh my goodness, it's because it is Swamiji, we kind of listen and agree. If somebody else says, look at her, she is so arrogant. What is she talking about? Right?
Sankhya.
Sankhya.
This idea is given by Sankhya.
Sankhya, okay.
I'm getting a different,
But that says, yeah, beside.
trying to reconcile this, like, say, my brain is hardwired. A stimulus comes, I react. That's there. Now, that type of reaction is generating a stress. Now, if I give that gap of 10 seconds and give a response, it's 10 seconds of extra stress to decide which response to give. Thinking that, is it adding to stress or is it removing the stress?
Amma, you
It's
first
very-
with a champion now.
No, much more than what is happening is, but it's much more than champion of stress. You're highly logical. You're only using logic.
Yeah. Only understand those.
Just logic will not help us solve the issues and problems. What I'm saying is those 10 seconds is where we need to train ourselves to be mindful. We can be complaining and bitching and moaning during those 10 seconds and come out even more strong. That is not what it is about. That 10 seconds, we need to tap into the divinity within us to be able to get the right answer for both the other person and for me.
But even for 10 seconds, I don't know what you're saying. So.
I just gave 10 seconds
No,
because
that's
our
fine, that's fine.
parents said count 10. If they had said count 5, I would have said 5 seconds.
Interpretations like the thing, it's like if you're too much stressed, start with 1 million and count up backwards. And you will be so much involved, this brain power will try to, and suddenly those activities just going on.
No, that is being distracted.
Yeah.
I'm not, yes, that also is a tool. Distraction is a tool. But what I'm saying is much deeper than distraction. The power of choosing is within us. We need to choose. If I want to get angry, I will have all the facts and figures and get angry.
But those 10
not in
seconds,
an emotional way.
But those 10 seconds, 1 minute, 10 minutes is not going to do the job then, right? Or will it?
What job are you talking
Look,
about?
so between stimulus and response, I have some window and I want to now, within this time window, I want to come out of it, reflect upon it, and then, yeah, of course, with a lot of training, but for the people like us, like I was just trying to understand this. How would we try to do that? Like,
give me an example, because this is general. I can only say in a general way. I give you an example and then you give one more, huh?
Lighter example.
Okay.
And everyone takes after food also. So when there is a family fight, there is a family fight. So family fight, so one person scolded other one, a dog. So immediately generally say, you are also dog, like thing. So the other person took maybe a few seconds and said, why do you bark?
Yeah, that's funny, but it is that in a way. Only if you are mindful at that time and have that sense of humor can you come up with the a response like that. Forget about giving that response, even to remember and say it at the right time, like Swamiji says, the right jokes, you have to be mindful. Otherwise, we might have heard about it, it won't come at the right time. I will give an example, then you will know. Let's take a teenage daughter asking, okay, I want to go out tonight. It's Friday night. And then where are you going? All of that comes about. And then somehow it is not the entire truth that is happening, right? And then usually what would happen? Either no, or either you will say yes or no, only two. And then if you said no, she will regret and then goes on. And if you said yes, she will go, but you will be worried until she returns, right? At those 10 seconds, if you are not just using logic, but in a mindful way, keep thinking, you will come up with not another answer, 5 different possibilities, knowing what is all happening in those 10 seconds, you will be able to figure that one out. And lead in questions so that you will be able to get an answer that you will be able to either say yes or no. And also not just that, you will also be able to negotiate in a way, neither will she get hurt, nor will you be worried. Again, I'm saying all of this through experience, not just giving examples. So when we are mindful, literally, you will see all the possibilities waiting to happen. This is what we were discussing in the car about the quantum aspect of looking at the world. So now we're only seeing 2 choices. You will be able to see many things happening. And Again, you should not be judging. How can she do this and not trusting? None of those emotions should not come in. When you're mindful, it's only the conscious mind. The emotions come from the lower center of the brain. That will cloud your judgment. What we're saying is those 10 seconds, your judgment should not be clouded by the emotions and feelings.
So what you're therefore asking, I'm just trying to break it down since you said, is first ask those leading questions, right? And then be it to yourself, be it to another person, as you said an example. So that's one thing. Secondly, what are the possible options? Think about it. Maybe because just talk to her, talk to ourselves, or whatever it is. And then third, make a judgment based on that, and then negotiate as well. So
Yeah.
I mean, those are-
All of that will flash in a fraction of a second. Earlier, it would not have. You're going to give an example.
No, just an example of what you said just now brought to light. This was again lecture that we heard from Swami Atmarupanandaji in this ashram here itself, and how he was talking about this whole choice that we can make. Was somebody sends an email at work which gives an instinctive response from within us. We may even type a response to shoot it off immediately, but he said, you may write the email, but don't send it.
Send.
Send it the next day, because when next day you're reading it, you have calmed down and you're looking at it in a different way. You may still respond back to the person and make it clear that what the person wrote to you was not correct, but you would frame it in a much better way, which would not spark further reaction.
Sure, it's a tool.
Yeah,
Giving.
yeah.
But we're going into the concept much more than just tool. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, sometimes for the mail, I put the practice. I remember
Yeah.
Swamiji saying, and I have
That's
kept
usual.
that practice.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you're confronting a person and you're seeing that person.
That is where it's hard. I'm not saying it's
is,
easy, but it can be done.
Even
This
if
is
I
what
try
I
that.
do. That's whatever we hear from Swamiji's here, saying that just that everybody has divinity within them. That is enough. Even that most difficult person, just thinking even he or she has the divinity, they're not able to express it now. And then how can I manifest that? The third part come about. Then at that time, just pat on the shoulder. You're not always like this. What happened? Can I help you? Can I make me understand why you're saying this? Just that question is enough, whether it's your loved one or your corporate colleague. And I have done this for peer group, for people who are under me, for people who are above me. Make me understand is enough. Yes.
I was going to say that sometimes it's type of instinctive reaction, stress. They say that take a deep breath, and that probably slows down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gonna get to that as a tool.
Ask some things like road stress and everything, the way sometimes people come across and you feel really angry or something. But sometimes you can't tell anything, and it's more likely you get caught up in that emotional thing.
Yeah.
And it's more likely the tears might fill up your eyes, but you want to actually are very angry at that point. So how to control that even, because you don't want anybody to see that tears. Like, honestly, you want to speak or start and like be strong at that point. But those tears are such emotionally linked. Like, it doesn't even give you some minutes or seconds to think. It automatically appears in your eyes. You won't be able to say anybody anything, but you can see the other person can see that how to control, but it's not
Okay.
that.
First of all, we have to ask ourselves, why do we want to control that tear or anger, whatever it is? Why do we want to control is what we need to ask ourselves. If we don't control, then we need to learn how to express that anger, how to express that sadness. That is the next thing. That is what it is all about. How do we leverage the whole brain? When we're very emotional, it is the lower center of the brain that is active. when we express that same anger in words, not as an argument using, I'm not saying that way. We say, understand your emotions through cognition. When you're angry, I don't know, whatever you're saying, it is making me very angry. I don't know why. That is saying in words. The other person will think twice. We only know how to express our emotions in an outburst, either in tears or this, right? No need to control is what I'm saying. Control, yes, we need to. We have passed that stage. Controlling is all about using the willpower. I can assure you, whether you look at it from a scientific perspective or you look at it from a scriptural perspective, willpower will not work each time, every time. It will not work many of the times. So just willpower is not going to be enough. Willpower with the viveka, with the discerning power. What is the discerning power? Knowledge about ourselves, not about just discerning power, what is good and what is bad, what is right and what is not. Should I have this job, so I better shut up my mouth? Not just that amount of knowledge. True knowledge of ourselves. If we have true knowledge of ourselves, we will also have true knowledge of others. Whatever it is, it's making him do this. Why? It won't happen the first time. It won't happen the second time. This is years of practice. Years of practice, not just on breathing, years of listening, Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana of the Jnana Yoga. Going beyond doubt of who we are. That is what it says even in Mandukya. It's not even about practice, because the only thing that is left within us in deep sleep state is that pure consciousness, but we are not aware. But if we understand this beyond doubt, even that we doubt, we cannot understand what that means. If Swamiji says your mind is not there in deep sleep, all that is there is that pure Atman, or pure consciousness, pure bliss, pure Sat. It's hard for us to comprehend that. So there is no doubt, because we cannot comprehend that. We have to understand this, comprehend this beyond any doubt. If you study Mandukya and get it pat, all it means is, if we really understand, if this is what I am in deep sleep, this is what I want to experience in the waking state. Our whole life is towards practicing that in the waking state. When we practice this, it's not just for ourselves. Oh, I'm practicing and then be arrogant. First, it has to come. We have to understand others, especially the difficult people in our lives. Why he or she is doing like this. He is also divine. She is also divine. The very first thing it comes out, because we're all interconnected. And Basu, right? Malavika's husband, Bishwajit will be able to say in different terminology how that interconnectedness of things will work at that time. Why we are getting angry or sad or all, because we are interconnected. It's not because he's a colleague, you have to work with him or her. See, if you go into, because Rakesh had said he's looking forward to science and spirituality and bringing more of this, then otherwise I would just stick to science. If we can read, I think it's Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Swamiji, correct me if I'm wrong, and appreciate Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, wherein it says, Atmanastu Kamaya Sarvam Priyam Bhavati, it's Brihadaranyaka, right? If we listen to Swamiji and then if we can appreciate, what does that mean? We love others. We love our husband, our wife, our children, not because they're our husband, wife, and children, because of the Atman that is present in there. It's beautiful. We understand that. But how do we put that into practice? that most difficult person in your life, before we can feel it within ourselves, go outward and say that. And see, everything dissolves. Literally everything dissolves. This is what it means by transcending our ego. We cannot get rid of the ego. Use the ego to understand and transcend that. But first, instead of saying, oh, I am divine because I have learned Upanishads, see the divinity in others and see how things dissolve.
Is there, when you discuss things like this, is there, that because you take a particular example and you're applying general principles to it, like it can become like excessively, overly logical. But actually, a lot of it, if you think about it in terms of that it's ongoing coping in your life, ongoing training, so that your consciousness is changing over time because in the gap, you maybe as you get more involved.
If I have to stop you right there, I'm sorry. Consciousness is not changing. That is where our problems come about. So we want, instead of that, I know what I'm saying. If you may, this is where it looks logical. That is where we have our guru who says it's not just through Jnana Yoga, it's also through Bhakti Yoga. He says what we're talking about consciousness for implementation purposes is nothing but pure love.
Yeah, no, I take your point and I take the correction, but really what I meant was that, the way people carry a story about themselves through their life, where they are, that type of, remembrance, maybe that is, or, stuff, personal narrative about who I am.
What story are we
But
telling ourselves?
That itself is dependent on the consciousness that
Yes.
you're talking about. But people often refer to their sort of personal narrative as conscious, but I take your point. But like that there's that gap, like when you were talking about the gap, I was thinking about witnessing that, in order to get to that deliberation, that that there's a neutrality to deliberation, there's a sort of patience you've got beyond instinct, even before you make the decision, because to make a decision you've got to be sort of in a field where you can see different possibilities.
You're absolutely right, but those 10 seconds for us to make the right decision, we should have practiced other times. That is what he's getting at. That is what I was going to get that during a tour. Exactly. We're on the same board. We will get to that. What is the tool that we need to use to utilize this 10 seconds in the proper way so that we don't get hurt, the other person may not, hopefully. Because what other person happens, it's not under our control in the beginning, but even that later on, we will be able to do things that neither one of us will get hurt. Yes,
It's not exactly a question, but I think this depends on our state of mind. For example, if I'm blissful, no matter what happens, I would not react negatively. So I will, whatever happens, even within that gap, even if the gap is not there or not.
Yes and no, because these are, you were probably not there in the beginning. These are hardwired responses. Does not depend on one person and the other and one same person's state of mind. These are innately hardwired into our brain, the stress response. And we're talking about when that happens, what? It's not when you're in a blissful state, then there is no stress. Then there is no need to be talking about this. We're talking about when we do undergo stress, which is common for everybody and even for the same person. This is what happens. Okay, shall we? Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding, but is it not like from the ego to think that we can actually change someone else? Like I know if you love, and you love someone unconditionally and it feels absolutely gorgeous and we can see all their flaws, everything that's bad about it, and still be able to love them past time. And I know it's a beautiful thing. But what about if that person is absolutely closed down to the idea of change? And even by you loving them, that they still haven't even come to love themselves at that place, and they nearly hate you more because you're accepted. Do you know what I mean? I've come across that, and it's like,
Yeah, it happens. So what? But we have to go even deeper.
yeah.
I know. In the sense, it's just that nothing, no need for more inner work. Just to know I have to be even more unconditional, not expect anything out of anybody, but how do I respond to that? As long as it is not hurting me back, then it is okay. If it is still hurting, the other person will not change in the beginning. And if it is still hurting, that means we have to go deeper.
So
Ultimately, the person will remain the same many at times,
yeah.
but we are not getting hurt. And if we are not getting hurt, we will also look at that person in a different way, not the way we were looking at before.
Even if a person, see, that's the thing that I struggle with. If someone is out to hurt you, they're going to, and like I suppose, like, yes, in meditation, yes, in these higher states and everything else, you can see that. But when you're in a day-to-day, like you're just going through your day, like it can just.
It happens, but what I'm saying in a practical way, even our guru says that there is divinity in everything, even in animals. Just because of that, you don't go hug a tiger, right? In the same way, if they're mean people, if they're difficult people, we don't have to be working or be in close contact. It is okay, but whatever it is, it should not bring us suffering. Just the thought, memory of that person, if we are still suffering, it is not about the other person, is what I'm trying to say. This, we need to get it pat. It is not about the other person, it is about me, how I'm reacting to that person. If I go deeper within myself and keep manifesting my divinity, whichever way he is, he will not hurt me. Forget about these difficult people in our lives. Even whether it was, I used to say this, Osama bin Laden or whichever, Hitler also, they won't hurt you. You will get angry, take the right decisions, and you will not react, but take actions, proper actions, but you will not suffer.
I think what I'm learning is, I've heard before, like your parents are your biggest teachers. And it's almost like the deeper the bond is with the person, it's the deeper the work is. Like if it was Hitler, you're emotionally attached. If it's
that is true. You're absolutely right. You hit it on the nail.
It's the deeper the bond,
I know.
it's the deeper the work.
But that is where many a times just this much is not going to be enough. We need to go deeper into that forgiveness. This is how many of our workshops have evolved. I didn't sit and say, okay, I'm going to conduct a workshop on forgiveness and on interpersonal relationships. As I did, first started with mind training, as I did all of this, then, this is what is needed for this group, for this person, sometimes for one person. This is what is needed. I would go to the next one. Now that we have, usually, three things are very much necessary with my experience, what I'm saying. General basic mind training, why we are the way we are, understand the same things, and then have tools for us to be training ourselves. That is the basic thing. And after that, above everything, even beyond the stress, is interpersonal relationships, mind training, interpersonal relationships. And then when you talk about interpersonal relationships, there has to be forgiveness that is involved. Forgiveness. And then to others, depression and anxiety. If we hone in on this, we will be able, stress is science is little bit different here, but we'll be able to get everything.
And actually, can I just ask with the forgiveness, like I found, like I've done the forgiveness, like detaching. There's my dad's very controlling, and he sees women as secondary. That's it. You're there, you're below, and that's it. And that's okay. That's his upbringing and all that. So I understand that cycle. But with the forgiveness, it's like, okay, I've done so many years forgiving him, and now I suppose in the last year or two, it's more about forgiving myself for like forgiving myself for how I'm acting, forgiving myself for expecting, forgiving myself. So it's all that kind of
Absolutely.
self,
See, it's
you
a
know?
step. Yeah.
It's a journey. isn't
Nobody
it?
tells you, you will know what to do, but how to do it, maybe it is possible to get, but that is what experience is.
Thank you.
Still for
Okay.
the abstract level, this is something I would say that we sometimes put too much emphasis on the relationship. And if you think about the world as temporary, when I came alone in this world, and when I leave, no one else will go with me. However deep they love me, my father, mother, son, daughter, wife, no one is going to go with me. I'm going to go alone.
Yeah. That's why we don't think about the last stage. We think about now, what is happening. Yeah, but that's true. It is.
Alone in this world.
A sangha. Anyway, this is still the first definition of stress. This is one way of looking at it. We have three more ways. Let's go into second definition of stress. This is a typical medical definition. Stress is a biological term which refers to the consequences of the failure of a human to respond appropriately to emotional or physical threats, whether they're actual or imagined. This is what we give out for medical students. But look at this. The key terms here is actual or imagined. It's when some person, anybody, does not know how to face the challenges and how to respond to that, either at an emotional level or at a physical level. And those threats or challenges can either be actually that's happening or imagined, like what you were saying. Anxiety is all about the future. It is imagination. And everybody, without any exception, in one time in their life or other, will go through anxiety. That is why I put in anxiety. And depression I put in because I have gone through depression, and how when people have everything in their life and still feel depressed, I always will say, then consider depression as a blessing. Then only you can go deeper, not otherwise. That is the reason I put in depression. Otherwise, anxiety, what that anxiety is, everybody has to understand. It's a shame, but we have to do this. We label people as, oh, this is a mental illness, which means everybody has mental illness, some part in their life or not. That's why I don't like the labeling, what we have in the medical system, but it's for public, we need to carry on. Otherwise, it's not possible to work. Everybody will get anxiety in some time in their life or not. So here the key words are real or imagined. And let's look at this go deeper in a scientific way. Look at this. Without awareness, our brain cannot tell the difference between what is real and what is imagined. It's about the future. We have no idea. When we are not stressful, and we don't even have to be blissful. When we are not stressful, we say, oh, it's only future. It can happen this way or that way. We can give talks even on that. But when we are thinking, when we are anxious, we are imagining, and we are imagining most of the times negative things. And the brain cannot tell the difference between real and imagined. Very simple example to understand is when the kids take the test. Always they will be stressed out. My professor has said this is going to be the toughest exam, and they will stress themselves out. And after the exam, it was not too bad, is what you hear the most. That means it's an imagined stress, imagined fear.
What do you mean by awareness here?
Consciousness, Bhasa, using our higher center of the brain or the conscious mind, willful mind, rational mind, just at this level awareness, not the absolute pure awareness I'm talking.
So I mean, you were saying that like cognition.
Yeah. Without our emotions getting mixed up, because the emotions color the reality. Even though we're seeing something, but there is something, everybody sees it in one way, but if we are emotional, we'll see it in a very different way. Because when we have too many of these ants, it is like wearing colored glasses. Even though it is white, we are seeing this as blue. That's the most important definitions, which means another very important neuroscience concept, very simple. If we can understand and remember this concept, every time we get into certain doubts, it will help us, or in any situation for that matter, it will help us a lot, which means our own thoughts, not somebody else's. We are only thinking these thoughts. All the thoughts we think are not true. They're real because there is going to be an electrochemical reaction that happens as soon as we get a thought, which means they're real. But not all thoughts are true. Such a simple thing when I say like this, but we need to practice this. Every time we worry about daughter's phone call not coming up, oh, maybe something has happened. She's hiding from us because she's worried that Amma will throw a temper tantrum, or Appa will throw a temper tantrum if they know. So she must be hiding something from us. At that moment, all we need to do is use simple logic. Ask ourselves, is this true? How do I know? Yes or no? I don't know is the right answer. Neither yes or no. Right? This is what, if we use this for everything what we go through, you will, half of the things will conquer. Lot of stress happens because of this. We believe whatever we are thinking. And because of the negativity bias, lot of times we believe the negative things. And we think, oh, it is because I'm so protective of my children. Because if I did think something negative would have happened, I would not have taken action. Sometimes something would have happened and we would have taken the right action at the right time. We hold on to that. See, like just like that time, we need to be very cautious. Instead of that, right from the beginning, if we train, remember the family values? We trust you completely. We believe you. We would like to talk to you every day. If not, let us have a pact, not even a promise, that if there is anything that you cannot handle, that we are there for you. And when you say this, we have to believe in our own words completely. And the same thing with, you have elderly parents at home, the same thing happens there too, right? You're sandwiched between your kids and the elderly parents who are in India, keep worrying what is happening to them. Isn't that so? At that time, let that become a value. We completely trust you. Just do this, or just a message is enough. Just an emoji is enough if you're too busy, if you're too sleepy. Just send an emoji, that is enough. Just let it become a value rather than just a habit. Right? Just tips, that's all.
Sorry, just one question there. When we are saying that, I understand in the context where we are talking here about saying not all thoughts are true. At this point, how do we define when we say that I had a sixth sense, a premonition? How do we justify that?
we're not going to get into that because I purposely don't get into it, especially when women talk about this intuition, because most of the times, may not be you I'm saying, but most of the times when women ask this question, intuitively, I know something was wrong. And we get hooked on that, becomes a habit. We think anything wrong, something bad happens, you have this intuitive feeling, sixth sense we talk about. That becomes, yes, it is true, that is intuition, but don't hone on to that, because you will train yourself only to feel negative things. You should train yourself. You cannot train in such a way. It should happen by itself, that you will also feel the positive things that are happening. And it happens. Without your knowledge, you would have called, and that day something great would have happened, and they will share that with you. Focus on those things and not on. No, but that thought was real. I'm not saying it was not real, even when it is an intuitive negative thought. But we had not all of them are real, is what I'm saying. All the negative things whenever we do. But if you write down and then do statistics on it, you will see most of it will not be true. Will not be true. It will be real, but not true. Okay, the third definition. Enjoying the definitions, it's making sense different times. Third way of looking at stress is when we resist the reality or not accept the reality, it causes a lot of stress. Work. We're talking about, I don't like the work, it's causing a lot of stress. What do I do? You're resisting it. Accept, I don't like this work I'm doing. I'm going to look for a better job. But until I get that, I cannot leave this job. I will adjust. That is the survival mode, if you can. And with that, even if you don't like, there are things that will always be good. Focus on that and you can still evolve through that. Accept that it is not good. Why do you have to imagine? You always have to have the best job. Some of it won't be. Then you have to make it better, or you have to look for a different one. But as long as you're in that job, right? Keep that, and I'll go through further and then it makes sense. And reality, many people are doing wrong things. That is the reality. Why should we be focusing on people who are doing all bad things and wrong things? There are many people who are doing good things. Just to focus on that. And in that puzzle, we may not like 2-3 pieces of that puzzle or in that mosaic, as you said. But there are many more that you like. Hold on to that. Why? Because what you resist persists.
This particular context, this is what I was saying at the start. As in, when you resist, if you don't resist reality, you won't evolve. Somewhere down the line. Right. Otherwise, we would still be on the tree.
I'm not talking at that level. You're right. That means everybody will walk over you if you don't resist. That's not the level I'm talking about for this audience. That's a given. But you don't need to resist. Take action. Take action to it. Only when there are wrong things is when we have the opportunity to evolve. When everything is going great, I tell you, you will not be able to evolve because you'll be enjoying the fruits of the action. You enjoy, but only when we are going through hard times, through suffering, maybe because of interpersonal relationships, maybe because of financial obligations, maybe because of health, it does not matter. Then we have a greater opportunity to evolve.
This is where I find it challenging as to what is the middle ground. Because somewhere, this resistance to your current situation, whatever may be the situation. So, like, even if it's good, it can always be better, so on.
Yeah. Good is what prevents us to be better, is what I'm saying right now.
And that can be done as eustress, and you can take that and evolve. But combining with what you said is what you think is real but not true. Sometimes you get so hooked onto it, like for the lack of a better word, the necessity for stress in order to, like, you almost seek it out. Like, it happens with me. Like, I seek something out in my mind, and then it bothers me, and then I do something. Like, it has been unfortunate that I have never done anything good without some great negative memory behind it. And it is not that I particularly enjoy this.
No, we don't have to welcome it. No, I'm not asking us to welcome suffering. It's part of life, it happens. And when it is, that is the time we can evolve. No, just recently, that book is going to be released next month. Even through grief, when you lose a person or you lose a job, whatever it is, losing our loved one is even greater than losing a job or money, right? You can evolve. And I have a copy of that preprint, Swamiji, for you. It's still not released, and it's going to be released next month. If we can evolve even through grief, right? Imagine this. But again, you'll see the next slide. You will see, hopefully some of your doubts get cleared up. So what is the solution for that third one? What resisting reality or not accepting the reality causes stress, right? But this is the answer. We need to know what is it that we can change and what is it that we cannot change. Always we worry about the things that we cannot change. We have no control over the situation. And because we are sensitive, we only worry on those things. That's what you're saying. You welcome some things that you cannot change. This is where we have to get that wisdom. What is it that I can change? What is it that I cannot change? When we don't have this discerning power to know what is it that we can change and what is it that we cannot. Otherwise, everybody will be only focusing on all the wrong things that are happening in the world and happening in the family too. So this wisdom is what we want. Right? That's the serenity prayer, by the way. Okay. The last definition of stress. Right?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
We'll take up a scenario and understand. Work meeting. Nico, your boss says next week is the deadline. You have to finish this.
No boss.
But I was going to take 3 days off. Now with the Good Friday, Easter holidays, I was going to take 2 more days and do something. And now that is gone, But you say is no problem. But you will finish that, isn't it? You'll finish the job.
Yeah.
But look at that. You feel bad after doing good. You finish the job, but yet that is so stressful. You curse, you complain. You have done the job. You don't even take the credit for yourself. Your boss who is taking the credit of your job. And even for that, you become jealous. I've done all the things, he's doing everything. Why can't we at least, when the job is already done, why can't we feel good about it? Plain, simple logic. Does this make sense? Yes, we said, shoot, no problem, all of that. We still will do that. But from now on, can you Can we see this in a different way? Right? So that leads to happiness, not just happiness. It's also the credibility, it's authenticity is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are in harmony, and not just happiness. This is how we become authentic people. When what we think, what we say, and what we do are the same. That is why yesterday I was saying, automatically saying things that are positive are also negative. Because they're not authentic. They'll say, but they won't do. Authenticity comes in with this. And stress hardly will be there. Physical tiredness, all of that will be, but not the stress as we see it. Yeah.
What if our job or what if our actions is not in harmony with but we are forced to do it. So
Yeah.
we know that.
Oh, you were aware. Let me, did you see this? Did you see this? You were just, you had gone out. Yeah. This is the definition of stress. Fourth definition. Stress happens or begins when your gut says no, but you say, yeah, I will do it. Does that make sense with what you're saying? Is that the situation?
No.
Then tell me.
Okay, so it is more about the bigger picture, not this small things which happens in life. I believe in something, and I'm walking on a path which is contradicting to it. But I have to walk on the path because of some obligations.
Okay. Let me just give you this and then see. This is what we call it as cognitive dissonance. Dissonance. We believe in one thing, we are doing something else. How can we be happy? How can we be peaceful? We cannot be, right? But at that time, yes, this won't hold good. That is when you have to accept, I'm not ready yet to walk my talk. But we talk a lot. So that is when we need to be quiet, get the energies to be ready to walk our talk. Otherwise, it only ends up in talking. Accept, I'm not ready yet because I have financial obligation to my parents, to my kids. I have to do this, and let me do the right job as much as possible in the right way. This is where even in our scriptures, I think it's Vyadha Gita. He's a butcher. He'll be realized doing the work for you and me, thinking, how can a butcher killing animals, not just selling meat, killing animals? How can he get realized if you think he did, that was the job for him. But what he did other times, or how he did that job, was very different.
Is it clear that
Not there without any kind of dissonance. If I have to do, I will do it. It's the same thing with soldiers. Many of them, if they have cognitive dissonance like this, do you think they'll be able to protect our country? But see, this logic, lot of people, especially who are in independent business, will use the same logic and do all the wrong things that we cannot do.
10 minutes break.
Huh?
We'll have 10 minutes break.
Okay, is that so? Huh? ಇದಾಯ್ತಲ್ವಾ ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ ಇದೆ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಸೊ ಅಲೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಥಾಟ್ ವರ್ಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಕ್ಷನ್ is what is the thing. So do what you love and love what you do as much as possible. If you cannot love what you do what you love. Either one. We have to try. Alignment of thought, word, and action. Okay. That's okay.
Unmuted yourself.
Yeah. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We have an hour left. We will just finish this topic and then we will learn everything what we have learned and probably some other things through an activity which is going to be really fun. So we've gone over 4 different definitions of stress that we could all relate to. Each one of us could relate to a different definition of stress, as I could see. And these definitions, it's not just for understanding. As I keep saying it again and again and again, we need to implement them. Until and unless we implement, we will not be able to even manage the stress. Forget about evolving. When I say evolving through stress is here, if I have to just give you one point here is without blaming the circumstances, the people or focusing on the solution outside, there is nothing wrong in changing the job if you don't like the job, and changing many things if you don't like and expect others to change. It's not that there is any right or wrong, but if we figure out a solution that is already within us for everything that we are going through in life, and not just stress, everything that we are going through in life, if we can see, I would like to figure out the solution that is already within me. This is one of the definitions of evolving. And this is one of the ways what Swami Vivekananda has talked about education. What does he say with definition of education that he gives? Education is the manifestation of perfection that is already within the man. So if something is bothering, yes, the triggers are outside. They're only triggers. But the way we are reacting to those triggers, or the way we are acting towards that, or not acting, sometimes when we don't act towards certain things, that also causes stress. Right? So, figuring out the solution that is within us is the hallmark of evolving, which is what Swamiji said, as I was saying, perfection that is already within us. Perfect means nothing we should not suffer. This is where many times Buddhist way is to end suffering. They look at the end of suffering as the end all. But here in Vedanta, and also neuroscience for that matter, just ending suffering is not enough for us. We can be like a stone, let us say, without emotional, being self-centered and highly selfish, and take care of ourselves and not suffer. That is not it. We have to truly feel the joy of being a human. And it says it is so difficult to be born as human beings, even if you take it scientifically. Through evolution, we have come to this stage, to this level, to be humans. And we need to make the best use of it. And because only in this human stage will we be able to find that scriptural term, mukti. You've heard that, mukti, right? Salvation, mukti. Only if we are born as humans, not otherwise. Focus on those things. I have this capacity. Let me utilize this capacity, not to end suffering, but truly understand the importance of this human life. And along with that, truly understand that every one of us is interconnected with each other. Even if we leave this world and go somewhere in a village and do certain things, everything that is happening will be in our mind. It's not physically leaving this corporate job and going to become a farmer, because there are many volunteers in Yogakshema who have done that. Or those who are thinking. So it is not about physically leaving where we are living and be in some place. That wherever we are, all this world will be in our mind. That's why we're talking about in a different context about detachment. We have to learn to do everything in a detached way. Though for those who do not eat meat, again, there is no right or wrong here, no value judgments. To understand, I'm taking this example, that's all. That Vyadha or the butcher, he was making a living. For somebody who's a vegetarian, who does not understand any of this, it is wrong thing, right? But was it? Absolutely not. He did that for a living and he made use of that money and he did that job in a most dharmic way without cheating people. And he was able to utilize the funds in the most proper manner. So whatever we are doing, if we do it out of Shraddha, not because we don't like them, if you can start liking the job that you're doing, is it because of the people? You don't like the job, then you go elsewhere. If you have not learned properly, you will face similar types of people there too. Or you like the people, not the job, then anyway, the next job you go, you might like the job, but the people will be different. You might hate the people. So whatever we are going through, I'm not saying adjusting, mind you. We need to make use of the situation in the best manner. That's why the English saying goes, if you have a lemon, make lemonade out of it and enjoy. Right? Otherwise, without our knowledge, we get into the blaming. I cannot do this because of this. I want to do this, but I cannot. Very easily we get into the blaming mode and defending ourselves. Defending and blaming are the worst type of automatic negative thoughts. Why? Not because of anything, because we do not learn anything from either defending ourselves, why we cannot do, or blaming others, why we're doing something. If we just, who is it? Somebody was saying, what is it? DBJ, right? Yeah. DBJ, yes. Surya. Yeah. DBJ, only because we cannot learn anything from those three types of acts. So keeping that in mind, we have done all those 4 definitions. We understood.
Just you were saying, one of the point you were saying that focus on your strength and possibilities instead of, thinking of
negativity or not possibilities.
Correct, correct.
Yes.
So from that, world will not change, or the
Exactly,
situations may not change,
Yes.
problem may continue, but you are not affected by it.
exactly, exactly.
That's like karma.
Your contribution also improves because you're focusing on your stress.
Absolutely.
Reflects karma yoga, doesn't it? Yes. You know, you're not looking for the fruits of the action, and you know, even the virtues that go like forbearance and all that, you're able to take the rough with the smooth.
Absolutely. So now, this I'm going to go through really quickly because we know all of this. How does stress affect us in many different ways, right? I'll start off with the answer that you have given, sleepless nights, right? One of them. You can add one more and we can come up with quick ones. How does stress affect you all?
Worry.
Worrying, absolutely.
High
High BP, yes. Not eating, yes,
Or overeating.
absolutely.
Self-confidence.
Lack of self-confidence, yes.
Yeah.
Forgetfulness, yes.
Be hurry-burry, becoming hurry-burry.
Yeah,
Coming what?
doing everything really quickly without thinking.
He's saying hair loss.
Hair green, green.
Oh, yes. Not at my age. Not at my age. Don't think, oh, she's so stressed out. She has so much gray hair. Not at my age, at your age. Yes. Maybe not. Sometimes the products that we use,
Yeah, but still, you know.
I know, but that also we need to be aware. So go to better products so that it won't. But yes, absolutely, the hair loss is, you're right. Huh? IBS, yes. Inflammatory bowel syndrome.
Yes.
Inflammatory disease, arthritis and all this.
Yes.
Not any.
Bowel syndrome.
Irritable, yeah, which is an inflammatory disorder.
If you have any pain or, inflammation.
Backache.
No, the pain will, it could be, pain could be real for something. Surgery we might have had, but the stress will aggravate all of a sudden.
Somewhere in a job, they are feeling stress means they go for some addictions like they go for some addiction.
Smoking, drinking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Addiction, yes.
Anything else?
Relationship.
Absolutely. Depression. Important, relationships being affected. We don't realize that it could be because stress. Once we understand how we can support each other, either between spouses or parents and children, adult children. Sometimes the way they behave, maybe because of the stress. If we have to understand, then we become more compassionate and kind.
Declining performance.
Yes.
Person has told the lack of concentration in the chat.
Okay. Yes. Lack of concentration, definitely. Huh?
In fact,
Okay,
stress is the cause of, the underlying cause of all problems that we face.
Good thing, Juma, because I'll tell you, we don't have much statistics in India, but American statistics says 85% of all doctors' office visits can be related to stress. You're absolutely right. 85% of office visits. Can you imagine? They have statistics.
After the last financial crisis,
Yes.
so we have the worldwide, the banks are going for a stress test every year.
Yeah.
Whether they can take.
Now, can you imagine as a nation what US is going through?
Yes.
Oh, very bad.
So what all you have said, I have actually categorized, and then you're just going to see that. So I'll go through it quickly. what happens at the level of body. Even this, very few I have listed, and many more. Aches and pains, right? Headache, muscle stiffness, chest pain, and then change in our instincts, whatever it could be, with our eating, with our sleep, and all of this. And then stomach upset, sleep problems, stomach upset will come under IBS, everything, either constipation or the other way, all of this will come under that too. Sleep problems, and then weight problems because under eating or overeating, fatigue. And then the effects on our mood, anxiety, restlessness, lack of motivation or focus, feeling overwhelmed, irritability, sadness or depression, feeling low, and apathy, short-tempered, and being impatient. And we think it's part of the personality. She is like that, very impatient. People will think. It, later on, without our knowledge, many of this will become part of the personality. If we go to the root cause, then we will know. If it has become part of the personality, means it has become a habit. Sleepless nights, when it becomes a habit, whatever we do when we cannot sleep, even if we are not stressed out, that continues. We have to be very watchful. Same thing with eating too much or too little. We may not be as stressed out as we were before when it started, but we don't know. We don't know how to demarcate, how to do that. That becomes a habit. Does that make sense? Especially for eating, for sleeping, and short-temperedness. Many of this we really have to watch out. In other words, self-awareness.
With the stress, if we have the stress, we have lack of grasping power.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And
Concentration.
If I'm communicating with someone,
yes.
If I want to answer something, I can't answer the exact thing. I can, what you call something, made around the bush.
But sometimes it's not necessarily because of stress. Our communication skills may not be as great. So, yeah.
Does stress affect memory?
Yes, absolutely.
Call at least. If not anything.
Absolutely. Memory, recall, even to remember to eating issues, angry outbursts.
Also, we lose our belongings also. Sometimes when we are stressed, we forgot our
that's memory, yeah, absent-minded.
Amma, isn't it a wonder that we are still alive?
Isn't it?
Exactly. That happened to me. It happened to me that there's a shopping center here, Blanchester Shopping Center. And I've been like, I don't know, last 20 years, whenever it was open, I've been going there. But it was on I think so, yeah, Thakur's Titi Pujo Day. I went to Blanchestown and I parked on I think so, on third level. Usually I park in second level, but I parked on third level. I met up with somebody, and when I came back, now I was stressed because my month end was coming in, and there were other things, even work-wise I was related. Yeah, I was stressed. Definitely I was stressed. I went back to level 2. I had parked in level 3. But when I went to level 2, I couldn't see my car. I could have gone to level 3 to find out whether I had parked or not, but I felt
somebody has stolen my car.
Somebody has stolen my car. To a point, I went to the guard and he said that I couldn't find my car, like here. And I know nobody can steal from there, but I was so certain that my car has been stolen. And I don't know, suddenly I couldn't walk. I was limping. And he said, do you want to come with me? I said, and it was really in pain. I was in pain, but I don't know. I thought I felt I couldn't walk. But he said, let me go and check. And I said, no, I will come along with you. Nothing was coming in my neck and everything. So I said, no, I will come with you down.
Typical stress center.
I went, then we went. Believe me, in the third floor, that floor, only there are 4 or 5 cars. Only one that I was standing like, and I just couldn't believe that it just wiped out from my head that I could park my car in level 3 and
It's
I
okay.
was so like stressed. I felt how
At
could
that
they
time,
still-
then let's not relive that again.
Exactly.
Yeah, but these things happen now, not just all of us, sometimes or other, if it happens, oh, it happens. I was stressed out. I got it.
So because the month is getting end, your morals falling and feeling that.
No, work, the work pressure. Man. No, the thing is, when these things happen,
Managers get a month beginning, they get a stress because they have to pay.
oh. Yeah.
So this is a.
The lesson to learn is these things happen. Now, with all of this, when it happens next time,
Yes.
we
I
will
So is this
train ourselves to be as cool as possible. So,
Yes, maybe, but that day I was.
yeah,
Inside I was telling, no, nobody can steal the car from here, no way.
it happens.
But still I felt my car was stolen.
Hardwired brain.
Yeah.
Not all thoughts are true.
Yes. See,
And brain can't tell the difference between what is real and what is imagined.
Brain cannot tell.
Cannot tell the difference between you're imagining. Remember it. We will all face situations like this and much more. But at that time, these neuroscience concepts we have to remember. And just like what you did now, to connect the dots. Just understanding one concept here and one concept there is not going to be enough. Finally, the way we can come out is to be able to connect the dots. If we practice that here in a scientific way, that is what it is, even with the scriptures. In the scriptures, each Upanishad says so many different things. We don't know which one we need to make use of for implementation when. We need to be able to connect the dots. Oh, from this scripture, I have to take. From this Swamiji's talk, this is the take-home message. And from that, and to be able to connect while implementing. Ultimately, it's about connecting the dots. Only when we connect the dots, that viveka, discerning power increases. Otherwise, we will look at things in a very logical way, in discrete ways, which make sense. But put it all together, it won't. Need to learn to connect the dots. Then we will get the answers like that.
There's a Punjabi Vedanta called. Punjab
What
Pseudo
is-
Vedanta, that means. So they say that teen kaal mein jagat nahi hai, garam garam roti le aao. This teen kaal mein means like Jagrat Swasthana Sushupti, jagat nahi hai. The world doesn't exist.
Oh,
So
okay.
even at the 3 states of existence. So that's why you bring a hot roti so that let me enjoy.
Yeah, we have our priorities. So, all of this, what we've been talking about, what does it all mean? We are hardwired for fight or flight response. In other words, what we talked about, the stress response, is what in non-scientific terms, we just call that, as we have all heard, fight or flight response. There is one more called freeze response. Some people just freeze. They don't know. They cannot act. They just freeze. Fight, flight, or freeze response. So we need to rewire ourselves for relaxation response. So what is that relaxation response? This is very simply put. It was Dr. Herbert Benson in the 50s or early 60s. He coined the term relaxation response because he worked on people who were meditating, TM, transcendental meditation at that time. And then he came across, and then he found out that people who meditated, they had all these parameters, which was blood pressure, heart rate, respiratory rate, oxygen consumption in the brain, blood flow to the skeletal muscles, perspiration, muscle tone. All of this was at a much lower level. And that is what he coined that as relaxation response based on the people who meditated there. That is how he looked into it. Whereas when we go through stress, all these parameters increase. You can see that, those two big arrows. During stress, all of this is increasing. Whereas when we can, it's not that it was only because those who were meditators, we can elicit that response, which is called relaxation response, through meditation, through doing japa, through physical activity, any of this. If we know what we are doing, why we are doing, we will be able to elicit this relaxation response that you see on your rightmost column, which is completely opposite to the stress response. If a thought can trigger the release of stress chemicals in the brain to lead to increase in blood pressure, heart rate, all of this, another thought, a peaceful, relaxing thought, can also release chemicals that will result in decrease in these parameters. The only thing is that another thought, relaxing thought has to be as powerful as a stressful thought. Usually it's the other way around, we know that. Which means we have to believe in that, and then when we relax, literally visualize and imagine what is happening in the body to be able to, then it has even a synergistic effect. If we do this practice, just few minutes of meditation on our breathing, that is how we practice that relaxation response. We just sit, close our eyes, and then we think we are meditating. We say we are meditating, but even Swami Yatishwaranandaji says, nobody can say we are meditating. He says, we are trying to meditate. So if that is the case, few minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, every day trying to meditate. Why? We should know. We should have a yardstick. We don't have to go check our blood pressure right away when we under stressful condition. How am I during stressful condition? Years back when I was not meditating, how I was, and now how I am. That is what will help us. So when we do this during stressful times, just taking 3 breaths on demand, we will be able to come to a relaxing state. Deep breaths. Yes, Swamiji.
Previous slide, rewiring.
Here it is mentioned muscle tone, increases our muscle tone. What is the meaning of increasing?
Stuff, muscles become stiff.
Muscle becomes stiff. And you said, what happens if blood flow to skeletal muscles increase?
That is, remember what happened to the deer? It was able to run. But all of these happen to us when, even if you don't do meditation, all of this, if you get stressed out, all of this happens, right? Blood flow to skeletal muscles increase. You have to use up these chemicals, that's all. Not just keep thinking, oh, I'm stressed out or this or that, but be physically active. That is why just physical exercise will help reduce the stress, because you're using all these stressful chemicals. Either when you run or you do yoga, all of that will help. Even if you don't understand any of this. So how do we evolve through stress finally? All we need to do is to rewire our habits to evolve through neuroplasticity, which we have been talking about, which is nothing but putting knowledge into action. So what is neuroplasticity? We have gone through this yesterday. I'll quickly go through because most of you were here yesterday, except a couple of you. You'll be able to check it out on the YouTube. Because if I go into great detail with these things that we have already done, then we will miss out on the activity. Activity is going to be so much fun. We can learn so much more than what we have learned here. So what is neuroplasticity? Plasticity? Very simply, to change our life, we know we have to change our minds, but just changing our minds is not going to be enough. We have to change our minds in such a way, in a conscious, effortful, rational ways, that it will actually change the very structure and the function of the brain. So to change our life, we need to change our brain itself. This was what challenged by Dalai Lama to the Western neuroscientists, and by various tools and techniques at that time, and also studying many Buddhist monks' brains. They were able to say, yes, if you meditate on a regular basis, you will be able to change the structure of the brain. But what I say is, even if you change, the structural changes can happen. But if it does not result in our behavior changes, again, it won't mean anything. So change your thoughts to change your brain, change your feelings, emotions to change your brain. Change your mindset to change your brain, change your perception to change your brain, change your experience to change your brain, change your habits to change your brain on a long-lasting manner, change your behavior to be able to change your brain in a long-lasting manner. Otherwise, changing mind means thoughts, feelings, experience is beyond mind at the level of the body. If it's at the level of the mind, there will be changes, but it won't be long lasting. It is similar to, going through our New Year resolution. How long will it last? It will be like that.
Few hours.
So the end of human suffering is put in the
Yes. Sorry.
I'm thinking way ahead into we talk about heart transplants, we talk about lot of medical, pure medical profession. So at some stage in this human evolution, change of the brain is possible.
Well, nothing is impossible, but why wait until such a long time when we have the capacity and capability with this software hours of mind? If we can do that in a non-invasive manner, and it is possible for every one of us, and we have the potential, right? We have the capability. That is where we need to look.
Science is accepting so that the brain is getting shrunken in the size.
Oh yeah, with aging, absolutely. Even with aging, it happens. For everybody, it is.
No, I mean, in generally, the human, as the time goes now, because of our psychosomatic problems, stressful life.
No, not because of that.
The size of the brain is getting shrunken. That's what.
No, just through aging itself, the brain shrinks. That we know. Yeah, it's a known fact.
Some cells die. Like neurons, especially neurons.
Even if they die, there are so many neurons, there are plenty. So it's not just the size of the brain. Yes, it is, but yes, it isn't. Because how we use the brain cells, what matters the most. Because we have so many brain cells that, of course, we are using, always the brain is on. That we use only 10% of the brain. Those are all old myths, actually, because they're talking only about the higher center of the brain. The lower center is always active. If that goes off, if we don't use the lower center, it doesn't work. We don't even have to put any effort to use the lower center of the brain, which is where all the functions, whether blood pressure regulation, blood sugar maintenance, body temperature, all of that is controlled by the lower center of the brain. So it's always active.
So only higher center of the brain we should make active.
Yeah, more and more active. That is what.
What is the lower center, the higher center referred to as in the science, in the anatomy of?
Very simple terms, cortex or cerebral hemispheres or the prefrontal cortex. These are the different. That's a higher center. And everything else, the limbic system, the amygdala, the or thalamus. Depends on there are many different classifications of this, but that's why I've used the very simple term. Whatever part of the human brain is very similar that acts like in the animal brain, that is what I call it as lower center. And the part of the brain or the part of the brain that is unique for only humans is what I call as mostly humans.
But we consciously cannot stimulate those areas of it. Because we don't know, like I know this is my finger.
We can, but that is what is called siddhis. Many of the monks, many of our rishis, they can change their body temperature. They will be in Himalayas without you wearing any clothes or jackets like us. They keep their body warm.
Those are examples which are far and few. And there's so scarce examples like that out of those so many 8 billion people. So if we, as you say, that if we practice these things, it will impact the higher part of the. And there is a. It will help us develop the higher brain.
If we do meditation, yes. Not on again mechanically sitting and closing our eyes and falling asleep, it won't.
I was trying to do that.
It is relaxing. No, yeah, it is relaxing, but we have to know why we are doing. That is where the science has helped us, We need to know why we are meditating. If it is just faith-based because the Swamijis tell us, and then we get in, it is still helpful. I'm not saying absolutely it will be helpful. It will be relaxing during that time. But once we go out, same temper, so same restlessness, same anxiety. We'll get to that. I have a slide to show that. But before that, did we see this yesterday? No. Let us watch the neuroplasticity in action, okay?
Not so long ago, many scientists believed that the brain did not change after childhood, that it was hardwired and fixed by the time we became adults. But recent advances in only the last decade now tell us that this is simply not true. The brain can and does change throughout our lives. It is adaptable, like plastic. Hence, neuroscientists call this neuroplasticity. How does neuroplasticity work? If you think of your brain as a dynamic, connected power grid, there are billions of pathways or roads lighting up every time you think, feel, or do something. Some of these roads are well-traveled. These are our habits, our established ways of thinking, feeling, and doing. Every time we think in a certain way, practice a particular task, or feel a specific emotion, we strengthen this road. It becomes easier for our brains to travel this pathway. Let's think about something differently. Learn a new task or choose a different emotion. We start carving out a new road. If we keep traveling that road, our brains begin to use this pathway more, and this new way of thinking, feeling, or doing becomes second nature. The old pathway gets used less and less and weakens. This process of rewiring your brain by forming new connections and weakening old ones is neuroplasticity in action. Good news is that we all have the ability to learn and change by rewiring our brains. If you have ever changed a bad habit or thought about something differently, you have carved a new pathway in your brain and experienced neuroplasticity firsthand. With repeated and directed attention towards your desired change, you can rewire your brain.
So the pathways are basically electric impulses, is it?
Yeah. And part of it is how the electrical impulses transfer as they go between the two neurons, then the chemicals are released. It's both electrochemical pathways. So again, what prevents us to change, to evolve? We have gone through this in greater detail, And what prevents us to realize one's own potential? We have so much potential within us. What is it that prevents us? We've gone through this, so I don't need to do that again. It's because of our innate negativity bias that we have what we call it as automatic negative thoughts. The most interesting topic, of course, but because we have just gone through it yesterday, I'll go through it and see again. If you have any doubts with that slide, wherein I said, made a case how only present moment exists, and that is all we need to take care of is that present moment. And past and future are our mental constructs. And when we focus on the doing part, it is the any doubts with this negativity bias and ants? Okay, we'll go forward so that we will get to that meditation slide. So they are again, what are the different effects of ants? We saw that yesterday in a different way, today in a different way also. The brain is hardwired to escape being in the present moment. That's also because of these ants. When we have a lot of negativity, we are always thinking about either the past or the future. So the brain is hardwired to escape being in the present moment. And also, what do these ants, automatic negative thoughts, do? They prevents us living one's life to the fullest extent. It makes us focus on obstacle rather than on the goal. And it comes in the way of deep and sustained attention. Somebody was asking about what it does for concentration and memory. And it comes in the way of nurturing and meaningful relationships. Very important again. It leads to self-wallowing, only thinking about ourselves. Why not about others? Only me, leads to self-wallowing, and thus prevents us to be kind, grateful, and compassionate. And makes you feel that being stressed out is one's own fault. So you end up in self-blaming. These are the effects of ants, and none of it need to be true. And we start believing all of this. I think we will skip this story, a simple story, which we can skip just to show that we need to focus on the goals and not obstacles. And then we will move on. So how do we evolve through stress? Two things. We need to rewire our brain. That is what we call as using our rewiring tools of the brain. And also we need to learn to elicit our relaxation response. So what are the rewiring tools to evolve? Physical exercise, extremely important. And some of the mind-body intervention techniques like mindfulness, yoga, tai chi, any kind of mind-body intervention. And developing an attitude of gratitude and developing an altruistic attitude, not even developing an attitude, which you're all doing here, being part of this center. So let's take each one of these.
No, the previous slide.
Okay, this one, even before?
No, this one.
So we'll take each one, and then go over quickly. Okay?
Yes.
Physical exercise, one of the most important rewiring tools. So for us to evolve, we've done studies showing that if they've compared the effects of smoking to the effects of lack of exercise, they say they're both the same, such that, in other words, the effect of smoking, whatever the mortality was very similar to the effects of not being physically active. They compare to sitting on the couch for 1 hour every day or 2 hours every day is compared to smoking 1 pack of cigarettes for the lifetime. The effect will be, the deleterious effects would be the same. In other words, yeah, sitting is the new smoking. Being active, it's not just about the weight. To be physically active is extremely important. In the mind-body intervention, I'm just going to touch upon mindfulness, what it is. This we did it yesterday, I think, right? To be in the present moment. We gave a definition and say the 3 things we need to take out of what is being mindful means to be in the present moment. But we have to be paying attention in a particular way. That is what is being mindful. Otherwise, we will be in those 10 seconds, but still be negative and judging is not being mindful. That won't help us rewire for us to be better, to de-stress us. While we do this mindfulness, this is the way it is to be in the present moment and to be fully attentive, paying attention, focusing, concentrating on our breathing and being non-judgmental. Very, very important. Not taking any sides, either with our own thoughts or with others. Just be witness of our breathing. Simple, but it works wonders. Meditation, you can boil it down to being aware of one's own breathing or just being a witness of our breathing. What is happening? So the mind goes away somewhere while you sit and try to meditate. As soon as that goes away, your awareness has to be heightened, self-awareness. Okay, my mind is out. Let me bring the mind back to this body. Because when it is in the future or past, mind is elsewhere. From there, we need to bring it back to the body. That is where we say breath is the bridge between body and mind. So when the mind goes away, but do that in a kind and compassionate manner. Oh my goodness, I just have these 10 minutes to meditate and I still can't do it. I'm thinking about what I should do at work, about the meeting at work, or what I have to cook. And we get upset because of that. Because we realize, when we become aware, we realize everything that is happening to us, distracting. But be kind to yourself. Bring the focus back to the breath in a gentle, kind manner. Extremely important. Because if we are harsh on ourselves, I will tell you, initially, many a times, for many years, this will happen, to feel good about ourselves that we are at least trying to meditate. Until then, when the mind goes away, if we become more aware, it is even more frustrating. We even stop meditation instead of that. This is the way mind is. Gently pull it back to this body.
What do you mean by non-judgmental?
Sitting there, how long is this going to be? Another 10 minutes. I still have to do. Some other thoughts come about, or whatever we are doing, we are judging ourselves.
Okay, I'm sitting in a meeting. Okay, like for example, in the company I'm sitting, the clients have come. Clients have come, we are discussing with each other. A proposal has been put out from me and the clients are giving their things. Then I have to be judgmental there, otherwise I'll miss it.
There is a difference between evaluating and judging. We need to evaluate the situation, but judging means without facts and figures, we kind of judge, and because of the innate negativity bias, we judge in a negative way. Analyzing is different at mind. Non-judging is that. Or thinking about the consequences of the meetings. That also is is this meeting going to thought the other person also has brought somebody else to help me with this meeting. All of these things are happening. Okay. So rewire your brain to be in the present moment. Nice one. An idle mind is an unhappy mind. A focused mind is a happy mind. But if you're focusing only on the negative things, again, it won't be happy. Another way of looking at mindfulness is there is no divide between things that we have to do and things that we want to do. Usually we like to do certain things and we don't like to do other things. But we feel that we are forced to do other things that we don't like to do. So that divide between I want to do this, but I have to do that, that divide has to break. Whatever has to be done, we just have to do it in a mindful manner without judging. That is where I'm reminded of the Nike commercial, just do it. So what are those mindfulness techniques? I'll quickly go over this. I think I've taken up here 5 different techniques: mindful breathing, meditations, body scan meditation, visualization meditation, and progressive muscle relaxation. In mindful breathing, we focus only on the breath. You breathe in peace and breathe out anxiety, to put it simply. And then it helps stays in the present moment, and it helps with stress and anxiety. The regular meditation, what we just say meditation, is taking a mantra and repeating a mantra. That helps in developing focus and concentration. And that helps with our hypertension, IBS, anxiety, sleepless nights, insomnia, and depression. All of this, I'm not giving references here, but this is all evidence-based research that I've compiled. Body scan meditation, focusing attention on different parts of the body. And this is a passive observation when we do that. That helps in post-traumatic stress disorder, stress, and improves our well-being. Visualization meditation. It's a sensory journey to a mentally created picture. You're imagining, and it's a sensory picture, sensory journey. So it's a powerful mind-body tool, and it uses as many senses as possible. While you can think, and you can visualize, and then you can hear for example, if you have visualizing a garden, you can see the garden, you can hear the birds chirping, then it is the ear, you can smell the roses, and then you can touch the grass and feel. So most of the senses are engaged, which means we are using most of the real estate of the brain. Parts of the brain.
All the parts of it.
So this vipassana comes where here?
I've not, that's in a separate.
It doesn't come in.
I have just picked few and then done this because one of the reasons is we have, I think for 3 or 4, for all these 4, we have cut studio quality audio recording, which goes into detail about the science, how it works, and then the guided meditation technique itself. And then we conclude, in conclusion, we say how it works, introduction, where all it is being used, and then scientific references we give. Vipassana is about just the awareness, to be able to be aware of our own sensations in the body.
So it doesn't come under any of this category.
It's a separate category, I would say. It can come under visualization, but much more than
But
visualization.
theta meditation comes in visualization meditation. Theta meditation.
Theta, there are so many different names these days. I have to know what exactly it is. Different groups
Theta
of
is a
people
goal
come
state.
up, that increases that would come under meditation,
Visualization.
visualization too, yeah.
Some transcendental meditation comes in this, or is that is different? Transcendental.
A different classification. It's not that none of this is coming under any of this. This is just individual. Just like that, I can put theta next time. I can put TM, and I can put loving kindness. There are many more. I have just taken a few. This just because some of you were interested in this.
Yes.
That's why just.
So these are available in YouTube, isn't it?
No, the audio links are not available on YouTube. If you request, we can send the YouTube link, audio link.
Okay. Send you an email.
And I can also give the email. You can send me the email, or I can also give you the one of the faculty, because all of us are volunteers. It'll give you the name of the faculty and his WhatsApp number so that you can utilize. If you want me to give it right now?
No.
I'll forget later the name of the person and.
I'll take it. Okay.
Okay. So the next rewiring tool is developing an attitude of gratitude. No, earlier we used to think people who are happy, they have an attitude of gratitude, but the new research shows it's the other way around. People who are grateful are happier, not the other way around. So there is a YouTube talk on that, developing attitude of gratitude by that priest. You can go through that if you want. That's why I put it up. But basically, what is it that we are focusing on? Are we focusing on something that we should be grateful for, or should we be focusing on things that are not working right in the world, or within the family, or within ourselves? That is what it helps us to focus on, the positive things, so that we can be grateful. So very simply, how do we develop an attitude of gratitude? Very simply put, every day, sit at the same time, at the same place, and just take a book, write gratitude journal in that book, and then start writing 3 things that you're grateful for. 3 things that you're grateful for. Every day, write 3 things that you're grateful for. Of course, if it is the same thing that you're grateful for, you don't need to keep repeating. Try to keep seeing some of the newer things that you're grateful for. Extremely powerful exercise. People have told me how much it has changed their lives by just doing this journal.
Amma, sorry to interrupt. Why should we, what is the importance of sitting in the same place, the same time every day?
Absolute law of association. Because when we associate, that's it. Oh, this is what I have to do. And automatically our body is primed, the mind is primed.
That was in tune.
Law of in tune.
Mind doesn't in tune to that.
In tune to that. Just like how olive, as soon as you go from outside, it knows that it's going to get a treat. It is primed for that, right? In a similar way, as soon as we see the time and the seed, that's what it's called, law of association. The last rewiring tool is developing an altruistic attitude. It's not even developing. All of you are doing this for years now, being part of this center, part of this ashram. But it's all about whatever we do that can also be looked at in an altruistic way. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. Of course, this is one of the great opportunities that you have to be able to come and serve here. It is quite difficult even to get such opportunities, to be honest with you, because I know when I was in US, I had to look around so much to be able to do some service. It is not that easy. So be grateful that you have been given, provided an opportunity to be served, to be serving and developing an attitude of altruistic attitude. So let me conclude and then I will take up questions. Is that okay?
Yeah.
How do we evolve and new youth distress? Look at being, whatever role you're playing, a husband, a wife, a mother, a brother, or a daughter, a son, whatever role you're playing as a way to evolve. Doesn't matter. You don't have to go somewhere else to evolve, somewhere else to do certain things what will make us more kind and more peaceful to be evolving. How to do that? Look at a way of that. Then realize your potential to the fullest extent. There is so much potential within us. And many a times we keep giving reasons why we cannot do this, why we cannot do that. Then means our brain is trained to look at only two ways, only this way or that way, my way or highway. Only two ways, right? Come out of that. There are plenty of ways to look at. If I'm not able to do this at this time, what else can I do at this time? There will be choices, but our minds have to be open to look at the choices. But the mind is trained, if I cannot do this, I cannot do anything else. That is where we get stuck, and that is where we're not able to utilize the potential to the fullest extent. So we keep thinking about what we should do. We keep thinking in a positive way. We don't put that into action. That, as I was describing yesterday, that is also negativity. Even if you're thinking in a positive way, but just thinking, not doing anything, is also negative. But don't stop saying the right thing. Follow that up with action. So if that is also negative, let me not even be saying positive things. That is not the logic we need to use. But we should follow that up with action. Figuring out the meaning and purpose of your life. Why we are here as human beings. Finally, from reacting to responding to reflecting. That's it. What is it that you would come up with? There are many things to evolve, we have mentioned. What are the three things that will help us evolve? Anybody wants to start?
You have to respond to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Knowledge practice.
Knowledge and putting it into practice.
Yes, putting knowledge into action. Exactly. Practice.
We have to give something. One time we have discussed that we are doing some work, means volunteer work. It's not for us, not for them. We are doing for us.
Yes.
That we evaluate.
Is it the
Absolutely.
same? Be self-aware.
Huh?
Be self-aware. Self-awareness.
Self-awareness, yes.
Find your purpose.
Yes. Yeah.
Gratefulness.
Yes. Gratefulness, yes. All of it is true. On this side.
Gratitude, compassion.
Absolutely.
And knowledge is the most important. Acceptance and knowledge.
Implementation.
Where we are.
Yeah.
Awareness and then knowledge. This is what we are, knowing our real self. And then you get the knowledge.
So we know how less knowledgeable, or we can say ignorant we are, and then we go to the knowledge level, and from knowledge level, we go to the implementation level.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Awareness, knowledge and action.
Changing the way we look at things.
Oh, yes.
Kindness.
Kind, yes.
Like knowledge, emotions, action.
Mhm.
Emotion is the more central. Why are you saying emotion?
Feeling beings, yeah.
Feelings are very strong.
Feelings are emotions.
First emotion, then knowledge, and then action.
That's all, yeah. If I'm
All,
wrong,
yes, we got
Listen to the God.
so many. Huh? Pardon?
Listen to the God.
Oh, good. Yes, yes,
And authenticity.
yes, absolutely. All of this are great. I have just picked few, and then we will see what those I have picked.
And we have to play, no?
Yeah, after we finish this.
Oh, we're not finished.
So I have put in realizing our potential, equally important, because we have so much potential and we keep saying either we don't have time, we don't have energy. So realizing our potential, figuring out the meaning and purpose of our lives, and reflecting on our actions. Reflecting means Shravana Manana Nididhyasana, responding to reflecting, all of that. Okay? And finally, convert knowledge into action.
Please go to the position.
Okay?
using emojis.
Yeah.
Expressing with a big smile.
So finally we'll be smiling.
Smiling.
Yes, happiness, happy,
This one.
Evolving through stress
happy times to be back.
is by realizing our potential, figuring out meaning and purpose of life, and it's on a moment-to-moment basis, not a stage to reach. And it begins from a single thought, it has to end with action, and it has to happen now.
Ihaiva.
Exactly. Ihaiva. Okay. Thank you. If there are any questions, the participants in the Zoom, you can say this, otherwise we're going to close the session.
It was nice writing after a long time. It was lost touch with pens.
All right.
So what was the delete button then? Delete button?
All the negative things that we have gone through, either the memories or whatever we feel during the day, that is what, because of the negativity bias, that stick, right? Like Velcro, instead of letting it stick, those bring it in. Either you can put it in a balloon and leave it out, or press the delete button in your mind and then let it out.
So,
Delete that.
small question, it's not appropriate. So, someone, Swamiji says there are only lower truth to upper truth like that. So, some negative thoughts, someone thinks that their angle it is somewhat good. Someone, they have discrimination, like discrimination in a different way, like that. Then how do you justify the negative thought by discrimination? They say that it is somewhat in their opinion it is good, like that.
I didn't follow exactly what you said.
Suppose there are some thoughts. Someone defines that these thoughts are right.
It's not about someone. We are the ones who have to take care of our thoughts, not somebody else will not know. We cannot know what others are thinking.
Okay.
If we think that they are thinking negative, it is our imagination.
Okay.
Because brain cannot tell the difference between what is real and what is imagined. We should not, because if I look at you and say, look at him, he is thinking in a negative way, that is I'm imagining. Don't let it go.
I think the
It
song
happens.
speaks in a different context, actually.
Hmm.
I mean, what
I
I
didn't
understand, like,
understand.
just at the, when I was hearing that, Swami speaks like we don't, like, especially from point of Semitic religion, we don't say we travel from error to truth. Error to truth. Instead, Vedanta says we travel
Sorry,
from lower
sorry.
truth to higher truth. So what do you mean by lower truth here? Understand? So generally at the beginning, as a human being, before maybe hearing any philosophy or any Vedanta or getting refined in our intellect and character, our body and mind are at the most pleasure. These things will be real for us. Like I want as much as pleasurable things. I want to be happy. I want to be pleasurable. Whatever comfort zone, etc. That is the alpha and omega of the life and will be studied. Slowly, when you evolve or when your intellectual things gets refined, then you feel that there is a higher purpose, higher meaning for the life. Then probably you start working at the level of mind or at the level of thoughts. So again, when you continue to evolve, then you will start understanding that no, there is a self, which is my real nature, not the body and mind. And one more is that seeing, one is understanding the self, the third stage more. And Vedanta and Buddhism both, they go further in explaining seeing that self otherwise, other way, everywhere in everything that too, and trying to help serve the people. That's what we say, cosmic worship or Bodhisattva in Buddhism. Loka Samgraha said in Gita or in Vedanta. So from that aspect, Swami is saying that we are traveling from low to high. Yeah. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaya. Dear devotees, for 2 days we had a wonderful session, brainstorming session, no doubt. As for some, it is a brainstorming session. For some, it is a relaxing session. For some, it is like probably they might have remembered their college days, sitting and making notes, hearing all these things, trying to focus on that. And yeah, and other thing is that okay, we had got a lot of questions, lot of black dots in the mind, doubts and all, especially at the different levels in our personality level. So more in these 2 days session, we got all the answers for many of us. So on behalf of Vedanta Society and the assembled devotees yesterday and today, I profusely thank Dr. Usha for this wonderful brainstorming sessions for 2 days. Probably Holy Mother, Sri Ramakrishna Swamiji bless her with good health and so the cheerful spirit, so that let her serve the humanity more and more. And we also probably, I'll give one more, invitation, so that maybe in 6 months or as soon as possible, you can come and have one more session, probably exclusively on different types of meditation and stuff. Thank you.